All right, being 6:04, I call the Lisle Library District Special Board meeting for October 13th, 2020 to order. Before we take roll call, just want to make an announcement that the Lisle Library District recognizes Governor Pritzker's Executive Order 2020-07, that the Government Emergency Administration Act number 100-06-40, which suspends certain requirements of the Open Meeting Act, allowing library trustees to participate remotely. All motions will require a roll call vote. So roll call.
Marjorie Bartelli.
Here.
Thomas Duffy.
Here.
Thomas Hummel.
Here.
Karen Larson.
Here.
Jenny Norton.
Here.
Liz Sullivan.
She'll be in a second. I think she
is.
Oh, did she just pop it? Okay. Yep. All right.
Liz Sullivan.
Here.
Emily Sosak.
Here.
All righty. Next item on the agenda is opportunity for visitors to speak. If there's any visitors, please come to the microphone, and also please keep your mask on. So.
My name is Ray Soigat. I live in Lisle. I'm a taxpayer. And obviously, you're spending a lot of time on this $13 million plus library expansion, renovation, whatever you want to call it. You obviously think this is a great idea. If it's such a great idea, I'd like to see a show of hands of how many of you library trustees will seek voter approval via referendum or moving forward on any of the renovation expansion options you are considering. So can I see a show of hands? If you raise your hand, that's yes.
I can't hear the question.
Who can't hear the question?
Can you hear the public, trustees, can you hear the public comment well? Yes.
Can you hear that?
Or, but we don't, it's not an interaction or.
No, I
Yeah.
understand the rules, Tom, so did everybody hear my question? Can you nod yes or no?
They all nodded yes.
Okay, so can I see a hand? See a show of hands? Okay, so raise your hand if you will seek voter approval via referendum. Raise your hand.
It's not a question and answer in the back.
I understand. I'm asking them if they can do that, Tom. It's their choice. So for the record, Tom Duffy does not believe people should have a say via voter referendum. Okay, for the record, Karen Larson does not believe voters should be given an opinion via referendum. For the record, Thomas Hummel does not believe voters should be given the opportunity to express their thoughts on this expansion via referendum. For the record, Liz Sullivan does not believe voters should be given an option to consider this renovation via a referendum. For the record, Marjorie Bartelli does not believe voters should be given an opportunity to make their viewpoints known via a referendum. For the record, Jenny Norton does not believe voters should be given an opportunity to make their feelings known via a referendum. For the record, Emily Swistak does not believe voters should have the opportunity to make their viewpoints known via a referendum. So I cover everyone. That's all the elected officials. And for the record, Marjorie Bartelli, Liz Sullivan, and Emily Swistak, their terms are up in April, and I think voters should consider that. These are people that I personally voted for, and they don't want your opinion, taxpayers. Simple as that. They want to move forward with this potential $13 million reservation, and they don't care what you think. They were given an opportunity to raise their hands, and they don't care. So thank you very much.
Nobody else here for public comment? Did we get any emails or
No.
anything? All right, so that's it for public comment. Next item on the agenda is Studio GC for presentation. So I will turn it over to Mark Rogers first.
Great. So welcome everybody. So everyone knows and is aware, we do have 3 people present, 2 physically here in the building from the Studio GC team, as well as 1 virtually. Rick McCarthy there, we can see him on our screens, but I'll let the team introduce themselves, go through the presentation. What we'll end up doing today, we are going to keep all teams to an hour hard stop from when you guys start presenting. But what we'll do is go through the presentation. We will have a brief Q&A session at the end of it, and then we'll let you close and find out, why you. Leave us with that. So I don't believe there's too much more to say other than
You gonna give me
welcome.
5 minutes? Or
What's that?
you gonna give me a little high sign as to when?
Sure, I can do that. Yes, I can definitely do that. So do you want it at 40 minutes in, or do you want it?
That'd be great.
No problem. All right. So when you go, we'll start.
Well, good evening. Thank you all very much for having Studio GC. We're very pleased to be here. So I'll take a minute and just talk about the folks here with us tonight. With us virtually is Rick McCarthy. So Rick leads our library practice, our library studio. Rick has a wealth of experience in library design, and he will share a little more of that with you this evening. To my left is Ati Tufexis. Ati is a partner with the firm. Ati is an interior designer and interior architect. Her role will be quite unique on this project in some ways, and she'll share a little more about that with you later. I'm Pat Callahan. I'm one of the founding principals of Studio GC. So with that, I'll tell you a little bit about Studio GC. So Studio GC is a 34-person Chicago-based firm. We have 3 studios: library studio, K-14 studio, as well as a higher ed and healthcare studio. We think this diversity promotes cross-thinking and creativity in our designs. We learn a lot from all the studios and the disciplines within the studios themselves. We have identified potential sub-consultants on this project to be IMEG as an MEP consultant, potentially 2010 Engineering as an MEP consultant, as well as RTM as a civil consultant. They've done a lot of work locally in the Lisle area, and we certainly know we have some site-based issues that need to be explored. And then TDSI typically works with us for our IT and security. I will do my best this evening to try to go through your requested questions as closely as we can. We did mix up the order just a little bit. But with that, I would like to talk just briefly about how we coordinate with sub-consultants. In today's day and age, there's a great deal of technology in architecture. I think one of the benefits that Studio GC has is that we invested $250,000 10 years ago in our technology, and we did that with one specific purpose: better coordination with our subcontractors. And by doing that, we've kind of forced them to follow our lead so that our work is almost real-time compatible, right? So when they do work and we do work simultaneously, when things are being updated, and we can more easily coordinate them. So I would call it, if I had to characterize it with one word, I'd call it a very integrated approach. We hire specialists who are our sub-consultants. We do that on a variety of different projects. And the reason why we do that is because not every firm has the same level of expertise in a particular area. So we like to make sure that the sub-consultants match the technical requirements for a project. And so we will take time not only to make that selection, but also include you in that selection, because we think it's important that significant team members, even though they work through our contract, you have to have some comfort level with them as well and their expertise. So with that, I would like to start with your number 2 category, which is the library experience. So I'm going to turn it over to Rick. Rick, I think you are a presenter, so you can share your screen and we will be off to the races.
Okay, give me one moment and I'll allow that.
Actually, I haven't said anything yet. I want to make sure you can hear me.
Yeah, we can
Yep.
hear you.
Okay.
Right, the down arrow.
Here we are. And, make this-
Okay, that looks about right. Well, thank you, Tatiana. All right, well, I will jump into this, and I really appreciate the opportunity, like we all do, to come up in front of you tonight and talk to you. And we'll try to keep this quick and kind of fun if we can do it. So we've been helping libraries reimagine themselves for quite a while. It's something, and it really is something that's important. Libraries are changing. The way they distribute information and share information is changing, and we want to help our library clients keep up with that. Between Pat and myself, over time, we've done a lot of library work. Libraries are all I design. I was president of the board for 10 years at Elgin's Gale Board and Library, so I've seen it from your side of the table as well. And it's given me personally, I know, a different kind of way of thinking about how libraries happen and how projects happen and such. So we've worked with and helped over 100 libraries reimagine their services, something we're really proud of there. So I'm going to talk a little bit about process and about our process here, and excited to share this with you. First thing we're going to do is understand everything that you've done already, so we don't reinvent any wheels, and understand where you're coming from and such. So we've already reviewed all your materials there, you know, the strategic plan, all the things that you have online there relating to the project. So, you know, the facility assessment and such. So we have a pretty decent idea, I think, of where you're starting. It's all important stuff and some really good work, I will say, that's gone into that. Other part is understanding the site. You have, as you may have noticed, a pretty challenging site and a challenging existing structure on it. It's got both challenges and opportunities, and understanding how that's actually going to work how it works is a really important part of this project. We gave you in our RFQ kind of a mind map, a process map of how we would approach the design here. So I'm not going to go through everything that's already there, but it shows all the pre-design services and how we would do the conceptual design for the project. And, you know, like all architects, you know, we pride ourselves on the quality of our planning, the quality of our cost control, and the quality of our documentation. That way, we're probably not too much different than everybody you're talking to. So what I really want to talk to is a little bit what makes us different than the other architects. And I think we are very different than the other architects. So to us, designing a successful library project really is part art and part science. And what we try to do is marry exceptional design and data-based decision making. And I'll show you a little bit about that. And I think that's one of the things that is really unique to the way the Studio GC team works. I'm kind of a data geek myself when it comes to libraries. And so whenever we start working with a library client, I run a whole set of library metrics just to see where the library is starting, and not to tell a library how they should run their operation, but it gives us a different kind of outlook and can help us give you better advice and help to, in turn, let you make better decisions. So we already looked at like 35 or 40 metrics of the library. And I just want to give two examples of two of the things we learned looking at that and how we can help you make the right decisions with these two. Just two, for example, of everything we did. Number one, this is a peer assessment of you and like 60 or 70 other libraries there. And it's looking at the size of the library that you have versus the size of your population. So all those blue dots there are all the library peers there. The purple line is kind of average at a certain population of people. They tend to be a certain size, and this is where you guys are right now with the red dot. Shows that you're smaller than most libraries would be serving your population. Okay, that's good to know. Now we try to look 20 years ahead with our clients. So we looked at the predicted population in 20 years. And, you know, libraries are changing and such, but we can predict that in around 20 years, you could probably justify a need for about a 50,000 square foot library. Doesn't have to be 50,000 square feet, but it just shows you where the trend is going, okay? So knowing that, the project summary for this phase, you mentioned, if it's an addition, might be 35 to 40,000 square feet, and that's not a problem, but it's something we have to think about. So if we're 35 to 40,000 square feet now, if we do the addition, what does that mean? What that means, to me anyway, is that whatever is done now has to be absolutely able to accommodate the future need. So there is a reasonable chance that in the future it would expand again. And so that means when we're designing the building, we want to say this building could get bigger in the future, and the design has to accommodate that and has to be thought out, especially with such a challenging site that you have. And that's not just putting a dotted rectangle next to whatever you're doing and saying future expansion. It's really getting into it and thinking, how is this going to happen in the future? And your site really needs that kind of thinking. So that's one of the metrics we looked at and one of the conclusions that we come to from that before we do any design. The other thing is, so here's your floor plan. And it's, as you know, pretty dense. There's not lots of extra square footage there, okay? Now, with redesign and remodeling and such, you could capture a little bit more space in there, maybe by some smaller service points and such, but that will have some limitations. So I decided to look at one aspect of this that we look at sometimes with our clients. Just looking at the collection, that's only one part of the library, but it's a major part of it. Just looking at the collection, how big is the collection relative to your existing building? All right. So another peer assessment here. Here's all the peer libraries. There's the average. Just comparing the size of the collection to the library, no population is not taken into account here at all. You are significantly above average compared to the peers. All right. Okay, that's just what it is. So we took several of the peers that we've worked with and some of which we haven't, that are particularly good, effective libraries that have already remodeled and are giving pretty good 21st century library service. And here they are here. And what's significant about this is that they have the size of the collection relative to the size of the building is much smaller than yours is, right? Okay. So we also know from looking at the numbers, okay, your collection now is about the right size to serve your community. We can tell that by looking at other metrics. I also can tell by looking at the metrics that your collection is well used. It's not over large and not books that are sitting there that aren't being used. It's about the right size for the community, okay, and being used appropriately. So the conclusion is, reorganizing and remodeling alone, it would be difficult to meet your objectives. I'm not going to say, I never say impossible, but it would be difficult by only remodeling to meet the objectives there. So if the collection is currently the right size, okay, and I believe it is, and even if after the proposed expansion, if that happens, the library still might be smaller than would be optimum for service. What does that mean when we start designing? What it means is that we need to maximize the flexibility of the design to get the most out of every square foot in the library. Okay, it's gonna be a very important part here and something we do a lot of. Here's an example we're working with right now. This is Antioch Public Library up near the Wisconsin line, okay? The orange bits here are what we're expanding, and they're a lot like you, kind of the same vintage of librarians and such. And the things that we're adding there are all the kinds of things that libraries are doing, early learning, kind of a fun reading area, defined teen space, more small group rooms, all the kinds of things that we're helping lots of our libraries with. When it comes to flexibility, I just want to point out one thing or just illustrate one thing. They needed a maker space, and in this case, we're calling it the studio, okay? And what we decided to do, rather than just have it stand alone, was put it adjacent to the meeting rooms with a wall that can open up completely if you want it to. And all of a sudden, just making that one move, we can make it that this can be opened up and somebody in here can teach a class from the makerspace to people that are in the meeting room. And then maybe the people in the meeting room can come in and use the makerspace as kind of a breakout room and learn practice some of the things they just learned. Maybe 3D printing, maybe it's knitting, it could be anything. But just looking at that adjacency gives us a lot more flexibility and you the opportunity to do a lot more things. And that's, there's a synergy going on there. And that's the way we like to think of it. Lake Villa Library. All right, we did something that was kind of similar to that, actually. You come the entries here. There's a big meeting room here, divisible meeting room, and the red line shows another one, a wall like that can disappear into the sidewalls. And when they want to have a big event at that library, they can open this up and completely change the way the library works. And what that allows them to do is use those square feet in different ways than they would have been able to otherwise. So when you look at this spot, that this is the inside, the meeting rooms are just on the right here. And so that can all open up and open into this space. And they also have something similar to you guys too, is that they are in the side of a hill, just like you are. And in this case, the hill is to the right. So to get more light back in the building here, we did a clear story, which is windows coming up there right at the edge of in the middle of the building to bring more natural light into the library. And that would be something I think that would be great in planning for you guys as you're in the hill. If that ever expands that way, that would be a great strategy to get more natural light in your building, which I think would be a good thing to do. And the site at Lake Villa, you talk about making better use of your site. The purple or the blue here, purple, whatever color it is, that's the building outside Lake Villa Library. We designed it that there's an outdoor green space. Part of it's for playing. It's just like a lawn, and part of it is for events. Just like you, they have a really nice site around them and they want to use it. And we want to make them enabled to use it. We've done a lot of that. This is Wheaton Public Library. In Wheaton Public Library, we designed a space there that can be about next to the library in a park, that can be for farmers markets, it can be for concerts, things like that. This is a pergola we put outside Algonquin Library because just to give them a chance to have something outside to use in different ways. Niles West isn't a library, it's a school, but there's an outside environmental classroom there, and that they can use when coming in and out. So all these concepts there. Winter Garden, Pat just found this picture and liked it, so we threw it in there. But there's just the thing is that there can be things that could happen outside in all seasons, I think is a lesson. And actually, earlier today, Pat and Athy, you were planting trees. And Pat, what was this about?
We were. So, one of the things that we're very passionate about is helping differently enabled people to do more with their lives. So we actually partnered with Hope Wall School, which is a school for the profoundly disabled in Aurora, and partnered with Morton Arboretum and had 28 people out there planting trees this morning. Athy is in the right-hand corner. I'm the guy taking the picture, so I guess I had the easy job. But it's certainly, I think, important not only for us to give back, but also for us to recognize that, when we talk about universal design, and I'm going to gloat on Athy just for a minute here, this is a passion of Athy's. She's an architect, interior designer, but, she cares about these children. She volunteers her time, and it's not just kids anymore, right? It's adults. It's adults with rheumatoid arthritis. It's families that have children with autism. It's about inclusion. It's all those great things. And so this was just a really unique opportunity to share with you that it was such a fun day. They just finished a universally designed playground that needed a little help, and Morton Arboretum came out and we planted 26 trees this morning. It was great fun, but more importantly, my kudos to Athy for her passion in rallying 15 people from our office to spend the morning planting trees. I'm sure they're going to regret it this evening.
26 trees, you don't look tired enough for that, Pat. So anyway, and the inclusive design there, the universal design is an important part of our library service, and knowing that we have to serve everybody and it's as best we can, and think of that in all of our design decisions. And then one other thing I want to say about the designing for flexibility, when we started working for Lake Villa, they had a building program that was done by an independent consultant that said that they needed an 80,000 square foot library. By looking at the square footage and enabling things to be able to be used for more than one thing at different times of the day, like that room I showed you, we managed to give them everything they needed in 65,000 square feet rather than 80,000 square feet. Saved millions of dollars and actually makes it a better, more exciting place to be in, and was a great success. But that's where the value of that kind of thinking, where it can really pay off for you. So that's how we work. We really pride ourselves in the way we engage stakeholders too. And the stakeholders could be staff, it could be community, it could be anybody. This is one we did recently at New Richmond, Wisconsin, and we hosted a design charrette for the children of the community and had them come to the library to design their dream library. Had a ton of kids there and it was a great day. You can see them showing some of their work. Everybody had fun, and it was great. And they produced some great things. Well, I should say, not by coincidence, that was that night that City Council was meeting to talk about if they were going to help support the library or not. And so we took all the things that the kids had produced and plastered one entire wall of City Council chambers with all of the kids' things about their library the night they were deliberating on it. And honestly, could you say no to that? And it was a great success. It was just another way. There's a lot of ways we can help our clients, and this was one of them here. And working with you, it can be as simple as a block party where we cut out the relative sizes of the things in the library and sit down with staff and administration and slide them around. Everybody understands blocks, and that's the low tech way to do it and actually have a good time at the same time. Kick up the technology a little bit. This was from Lake Villa Library. This was, we will typically host a Pinterest page for our clients and sign up staff and such, and really encourage staff and admin to contribute things that they see that they like there. And it's really to give everybody a voice. People who might be too shy to get up in a meeting and talk about something feel more free to post to the Pinterest page. And the highest of high technologies we're doing these days often has to do with a virtual design. This was hot off the press. It was from a school, and but we did this, and it let them see what their internal spaces looked like. We used the same tool for Geneva Library too, and this was an example of one of the virtual simulations that we put together, that people on the board and the staff could come and put the 3D glasses on there and see what it was going to look like beforehand, and test drive and essentially the inside of the library. And what that let them do is participate in the design with us in a different way than they would have been able to do otherwise, and really understand what's going on, because some people understand drawings, some people don't, and this kind of technology can help bridge that gap there, and is really fun. And so all these things, a way of communicating with you and working with you, the goal really is to help you find the right balance between all the traditional library thing, the learning, the books and such, the creation, the maker spaces, the technology, and I think importantly these days, especially the social connection to make a stronger community. And our goal is to help you find the right point where Lisle wants to be there. So we think that our process is as imaginative as our designs are. We think we're alone, I believe, in using data to help you make the right decisions. And when you're coming up, like I said, I was a library board president. Having numbers to say this is why we're doing something can be important, an important part of what your presentation there. Superior design backed up by superior planning, and all of those things together are really part of the art and the science of library design that we want to bring to you. So you've got, as we said, a challenging site. There's a lot going on there with grades, and we're just thinking of some of the ways that this could come together. What happens if there is an addition? There's a lot of different ways that could happen. Here's one here. Pat, do you want to talk about this, or?
Yeah, can you blow it up a little bit, Rick? So, we studied the grade changes and the entry sequences. You've done an incredible amount of work in identifying your building deficiencies and your challenges internally. So one of the things that we looked at was where is it possible that we could have small additions that could allow you to relocate interior space? So one of the concepts would be to take and leverage your new property to the east and use it as an extended driveway to get back out on the front street, and actually have additions on the north side of the building with small expansions on the south side of the building, particularly for mechanical to upgrade your air handling units. But more importantly, what that would do is this would allow you to have your staff, which is taking up a large part of the west end of your lower level, relocated to the new addition. So you could actually cluster your staff or consolidate your staff at one location. We know that there's a number of different iterations of a potential solutions for this. We know we know what your challenges are, and more importantly, you know what your challenges are. But what this would afford is, would still afford you the ability to expand to the south sometime in the future if you chose to do so. It would give you the material upgrades on your mechanical systems in the locations you need it. And it would also free up that floor plate that Rick mentioned earlier is a little bit stressed because, you know, we can reduce the amount of stacks, we can slide things together, we can reorient them, but we really can't relocate a physical body unless we have another place to put them. So
Yeah.
by doing so, and I'll show you in a little while, creating a more professional working environment for staff that's more consolidated, more collaborative, I think really could afford this a very nice opportunity in this idea, with this idea.
Yeah, so this one keeps the entry in the same general side that it currently is. And then we looked at one other one too, and like I said, these are ones of many here, okay, that does the expansion more primarily on the south and explores the possibility of actually doing the entry from the south side instead. And the nice thing about this is you could bring some natural light into the building and get the entry more in the middle of the building rather than at one end of the building, which isn't always the best thing. So in this case, the library green was across the drive there, could be someplace else too. Expanded meeting room, more children's space, teen space up here. So just a bunch of different ways that this could happen, and this is just two of them. And both of them is, per what we said before, show someplace that future expansion could have, because I think it's got to be considered now at this stage of the process to make it work. So two general ideas about the way it could work. Is either one right or wrong? Don't know, because you have to be involved in the process to help us figure that out. But there's a lot of things that could happen here, and our job is to really help you figure out what is the right thing for you. So you asked about influencing factors, and Pat's going to talk about that in a second too. There's a lot of them. Some of them are, manifest themselves in current trends that we see in libraries. Self-service, more attention to teen spaces, more attention to real early learning spaces in the library. Ergonomics, I use this for not only for the public that come into the library and more comfort for them, but especially for the staff, people who spend their working lives in this building, in a library. We should do what we can to make their lives better, because a happy staff equates to good service in a library. And so there's so these are all factors that we take into account when we're designing. Pat, do you want to talk about anything on this before we go on to the next page there?
Well, what I'd like to actually touch base on really is the notion that, you had mentioned, what are the internal factors, what are the external factors, what are COVID factors? From a COVID perspective, we've been working with 35 school districts across the state to try to get schools moving. When it comes to understanding what implements and what's necessary for COVID, I'm not talking necessarily about plexiglass screens and masks. I'm talking about what we have to do to mechanical systems to future-proof from pandemics. We know that the air handling system that you have is at near end of useful life, right? We know that your mechanical chillers or condensing units are in pretty good shape. Your boilers are in pretty good shape in terms of their age, but there's some more work that needs to be done. There is a great deal of work that we've been doing on increasing fresh air, increasing filtration, leveraging humidity control and sanitization within the duct system itself. So we've been working very closely with actually two school districts that actually are revamping their mechanical system so that they can actually have isolation areas within their building. I'm not saying you need to go to that extreme. I'm just saying we're capable of shepherding you through that conversation with that. We know from an external perspective that just the mere grading of the site is a challenge. And we're going to leave this with you. We do rapid prototyping because we find that it's very easy for people to understand when they can see it in a physical model.
Want to take that in front of your computer?
Yeah, I could, sure. So basically what this is, I don't know if this is going to stay for me. Yeah, there you go, Anthony, good job. Essentially is that, you have an incredible amount of topography on this property. And your new properties help you, but not so much in ways you may think they help you. They may help you for parking, they may help you for access drives. But I think once you have the opportunity to kind of see what those dotted squiggly lines on Rick's drawing represent, it's a little clearer as to what your kind of challenges are. I'm not saying they're insurmountable, but we need to know what our challenges are before we can start identifying and solving problems. So this is our kind of work to share with you for your process and deliberations, and we're going to leave that here with you today. Again, for your continued effort in identifying and understanding what your factors are.
So we got a little video thing to run. They're originally going to run it on site there, okay? And that, I guess the computer couldn't do that. So I'm going to try to run it from here, and let's see what happens if this works or not.
I just
Okay.
want to talk over the video. You guys are welcome to look at the screen, but I just want to talk over it a little bit. So,
all right. Shall I go, Pat?
Yeah, go for it. So you talked a little bit about aesthetic. Aesthetic is probably the most challenging thing that we as architects. The third one. No, other one, Rick. Sorry, wrong one.
Oh, the other one? Okay, all right. I can do that. Sorry, we didn't practice this one because I thought I wasn't doing it. All right. Is this it, Pat?
That's the one.
Looks like you up there.
A few pounds heavier, but. So when we talk about aesthetics, aesthetics is really about understanding the architecture of the community, and certainly Lisle is not without its what I'll call significant architectural structures, but that doesn't dictate the direction. That doesn't dictate how things move forward. The Village Hall is a Radiant style. You have some very modern buildings. I think it's important that the community tell you what it is that they want the library to be. And I think through some, the new middle school or new elementary school is actually quite an interesting design. But I really think that it's rooted in this, and this is really the fabric of what I'll call, traditional Lisle. We need to understand that there's new developments coming in. How does that match and manage? How do we match and manage that along with Paul's shoe service, right? In other words, there's a compatibility. What does the library need to have to be beautiful? Sure, it certainly does. Does it need to be functional? Certainly it does. But I think one of the things that we found through the exercises that we do is that we definitely will have a direction once we have an opportunity to engage. And the engagement side of this is critical. And it's actually a heck of a lot of fun because it really gets people vested in the direction that the library is going. And design can be transformative. People can be pulled into the conversation. They can really share their thoughts and ideas. One thing that we do know that we want to talk with you about is natural light. We think it's incredibly important. Wayfinding. We want people to feel and know where they're going in the library. We want there to be bright colors. We want it to be clear. We think that the style of the interiors should be reflective of the activity that's happening in those zones. There's no one size fits all. There's no clear direction in terms of you need to do this, you need to do this, you need to do this. But we do know that in all aspects, we need to have a building that reflects Lisle, that reflects the library, but more importantly, it has an identity, right? Your building is a nice building, it's an older building, but it doesn't really have a street presence. It doesn't really have much of an identity. Maybe it did at one point when there were less homes in the area and it was more visible from the street. But with the development that's happened, this is the most significant project that's actually happening that we're undertaking that is south of the Burlington train line. So we know that there's opportunity here to do a great deal that actually work to enhance the needs of the children's area, the adult area, the staff areas. and quite frankly, without spending a lot of money. I think there's opportunity here to really generate a solution that drives the needs into the budget, as opposed to the opposite. You know, because you can always have more needs than you can solve, and more importantly, the more needs, the more dollars you have to spend. But I really do think with the strategy that we're talking about, there's the ability to drive a solution that matches the budget, regardless of what the budget is set at. Now that I know there's a big range, and we certainly heard an individual in the community tonight talking, you know, for us, it's about making sure that the end game resolves the challenges that you're facing. And I think much of what we're trying to do here is just illustrate some ideas, but more importantly for me, a bright, cheerful environment, not only for the patrons, but more importantly for the staff that works here 8 hours a day, 12 hours a day, every day, because it's really, really critical that they have a rewarding place to work. But more importantly, that there's employee retention, and they can do a better job of servicing the patrons here in Lisle, because I think that's really ultimately what they want to do. And this image right here is really what I'm talking about in terms of this consolidation of work area for staff to create a very professional environment where they can be together and collaborate together instead of, you know, they're kind of stuck in the corners of the library because that's the only space we have available. Let's put the staff over here. And then you're at odds with trying to create spaces for patrons, whether it's seating spaces, reading spaces, maker spaces, etc. And I know I'm talking fast, but Rick took way too much time. So now I have to make up a difference.
About 10 minutes.
Yeah, thank you.
It's 10 minutes.
Thanks, Rick. I really wanted to make sure that we shared a little bit of one of the newest libraries, and this is Geneva that you're seeing. And why I think that's important is because there's so many planning concepts that we see in parallel, and much of it has to do with the decentralization of staff. And I know you mentioned that in your kind of laundry list of challenges and things you want to do. And I really think there's a nice opportunity here to, again, drive a solution that matches the budget, not the other way around. And we're very, very pleased that you made a choice to listen to us tonight, to hear us tonight at Studio GC. And with that, I want to have Anthony just talk briefly, and she's going to have to bring it home to talk a little bit about interior design.
Sure. So as Pat mentioned, our approach to interior design is very similar to approach building wide. So we're very ingrained with what the community wants and what is specific for this vision. Our interior design approach is not a one size fits all. Hey, these are the trends, these are the cool things, let's just plug them into your building. It really is about what is your specific vision. So there are overarching themes throughout multiple libraries. For example, increasing visibility and the open feeling, especially in a library like yours, where you may be limited with how much natural light you have and the volume vertically in some of the spaces of your building. So do we lower all the library shelving in the inside, keep all the perimeter shelving high so that you can retain so much of your good circulation that you have right now? Really, you'll see that there's, some libraries like a more bold. Other libraries look to get more inspiration from their local community and their local environment, especially when they're in such a beautiful natural surrounding such as yours. We really feel that the important part about the interior design is that it's transformative, but that it's also welcoming to the entire community. So that includes children, early learners, and includes all the way to, parents and senior citizens as well. And all of those different patron groups do use the library in different ways. So it's really about a cohesive plan for the community as a whole. Moreover, I know universal design is a very important topic for the library, and we really feel that good interior design is universal design, and they really are seamless. They go hand in hand. It's more, universal design is more about how do you just get somebody inside your building. It's how do you get them into your building, and how do you have that user experience the building to the same level as every other user. So you've already taken great steps. I've noticed the limited mobility parking that you have assigned outside for those users, but how do we take that one step further? So part at the end of the movie that I didn't get to fast enough, I apologize, is, Rick, if you can, that would be perfect, thank you. So this is one example of a reading, study, activity lounge space that we did. And while it may look like a very soothing space, there's a lot of universal design elements that are in place. You'll see a variety of different seating options. The rockers closer to you in the front of the screen have some mobility, so that way students or young adults that need some kind of wiggle to them can actually wiggle themselves and focus. The seats in the corners do have a high back that allows some visual privacy, but also audible privacy. So your furniture is really functioning twofold. The colors are soothing in the space and can help with auditory or sensory issues, but the different lighting levels are integral to this environment. So there's a lot of research that light levels are integral to our circadian rhythms, and for some people, different light temperatures have different sensory effects on them. So for example, if a parent is coming to the library and they have a young student with autism, they can help to kind of calm that student down in a sensory environment by tuning the lighting to a little bit of a warmer tune. If they have a student that needs to be able to focus on a task, let's say you have a study group after school, you can increase that lighting to more mimic daylight to help focus on those tasks at hand. Obviously, tactile elements are very important in interior design too, both as part of keeping students focused. And Pat, I will turn it over to you because I know we're getting really close here.
5 minutes.
Okay.
Okay. All right. You want to keep going? So I think that the important aspect of universal design is to recognize that it's not just about kids. It's about seniors. It's about adults. It's about families. It's about inclusion. You know, if I'm a mother with a family or 3 children and one of them is autistic, I want to be able to go with all 3 of them somewhere, right? I don't want to have the one singled out, and so I want to have an environment that I can go to. And we did this actually at Geneva. We had a mother who had a daughter who had severe autism, and we actually designed the middle ground because she was actually our tweener. She was called the middle ground. It was our tweener space. We actually designed it to have some scalable change in color light. It didn't add any money to the project, so we have a dimmer that we can adjust color. But now she can take her child in there with her other child, and they can actually have a library experience as a family. We think that's critically important when we're talking about true interior design. But I want to go back to one other thing that kind of scrolled past the screen. That's Dalton Public Library. Dalton Public Library, you know, south side of Chicago, very challenged, impoverished area, very limited resources. And I think one of the things about Dalton that in many ways parallels the conversation you're having is, you know, they had a long, when we finally got awarded the project, they had a spreadsheet that had a laundry list of 20 different things that had nothing to do with what we showed you. HVAC, windows, roof leaks, lighting outside, etc. And they said, your challenge is to take this budget and do this project and give us the wow factor. That's the only instructions we got. And so I'm very happy to say that Athy took that as a challenge and hit the wall head first. And we produced a beautiful library that actually came in under budget. And we were able to accomplish everything on their list. And these were deferred maintenance items that they just couldn't get to. So it was like they had this one-time dollar value that they got put in the bank. And they needed to maximize exactly what they would do with it. And so, you know, to us, that's the most important part of the project, because anybody can spend money. Any architect can spend money. We're really good at it, right? No matter who you're talking to. But spending it well and achieving the goals and making sure that every time you spend $1, you're going to get a 3-fold effect, right? So if we're spending $1 and we're making it more inclusive, we're achieving our goal in universal design. If we're spending that $1 and we can take that flexibility of space, that in the morning it can be a pinochle room for seniors, and in the afternoon it can be a gaming room for middle schoolers. You know, that is the kind of creative thinking that we pride ourselves in, and that Rick talked about earlier. So how close are we on 4:45?
Yeah, we got a few minutes left.
Okay, so I can keep blabbering.
Keep going.
All right, so I'll try to answer just a couple more of your questions. You had talked about phased design. Every one of our projects is phased. Right? Every project we do is phased. It's just a matter of how many phases we have. Is it 1 or is it 20? We recently had Riverside Public Library literally had a 21 phase project, and they were spending about $150,000 per phase to achieve their goal. We did it, but we ended up, fortunately, after they passed the referendum, consolidating it to 3 phases. But phasing is critically important. We can't shut down the building. We can't shut down operations. You know, I mean, there are times maybe we have to do those things, but I think it is critically important to recognize that a phased solution is driven by not only money, it's also driven by services. And we have to come up with creative solutions to be able to achieve both. And to us, we love those challenges. That's what we do every day. We're problem solvers. And we really want to do this project. It'll be a lot of fun. And I think we did a great opportunity to really be successful. I think the dollar values that are kind of advantages, disadvantages to just renovation and additions, I think are lowest cost, lowest risk. You really don't have that combination in either one of those two, right? Higher risk when you're renovating an existing building of this age to run into a few things in the walls that you can't see. We do our best to take everything you have available to us with every tool we have in our tool belt to be able to identify what those things are. But renovating an existing structure does take some risk because there's things that we may run into. Additions, generally speaking, do take a little bit less risk because we can identify where those touch points are on an existing building, but we're still going into the ground. Anytime we go into the ground, we can only do so much to identify what's below grade. But we have a very, very good track record. And I think if you look at our information in our initial proposal, we're very, very proud that we are within 1% of our budget for every project in the history of this firm. And this firm is 27 years old this week. And I take great pride in that because to me, that is your responsibility or our responsibility to you, because ultimately it's your responsibility to the taxpayers to be able to say, hey, we met the objective and we did what we said we were going to do with our dollars and cents, and we still achieved everything that we wanted to achieve. And so with that, I'm going to stop talking and give you the floor.
Sure. Well, appreciate that. Appreciate you guys working through the items that you did. I'll just run through a few questions and I'll turn it over to the board as well as Director Weinstein to ask a couple. I'll start out with the project schedule. How long do you, with the information you've seen to date in the library, how long do you see that process taking to get through to where you're presenting options to the board for them to work through?
So I think in our initial proposal, we had given you kind of a 4-month outlook in our initial scheme. We think based on the data now that we've generated along with the work that we've done, quite frankly, to prepare for this interview, that it's probably like a 1.5 to 3 month target to get to a point where we can present a concept to you. The only caveat to that would be how much community engagement that you'd like us to do. You certainly have done your fair share of community engagement. And when I say community engagement, I mean engagement specifically on the project design work, whether it's with staff or small community groups or with the board. But we think that you've done a great deal to be able to accelerate, and we don't think that you should have to pay twice for stuff you've already paid for, that we can take advantage of and move forward.
Can you identify the current workload of your team members, how much time your staff and who would be devoted to the team day to day?
So I would be the lead on the project, and I have plenty of time to work on this project, and partially because I think I take projects in the office sparingly, and I only have one other one that I've been working on, and this one would be the second. And I think that's important because there's a depth of experience that we have. Now, Rick would be the designer on the project, so Rick McCarthy would be the designer on the project and the library planner. Athy would be our interior designer. During our last session, you met Darren Schroeder. He would be our project manager, and then so the people we've assigned, the people we've shared with the book would be the same, and the you've interviewed with would be the same people would be on the project, and they all have capacity for work.
Great. What professional services are not included in when you're typically going about a library project the owner would have to take on outside of your services?
Obviously there's some things like soil borings or, a non-destructive evaluation that we might need some assistance with, but we would identify that up front and keep that to a minimum. Those are really the only things that wouldn't be included in our services. All of the work with our engineers in identifying options, opportunities, limitations, all those things would all be included. And I guess I want to point this out in response to that question. For us, this isn't a project. This is a relationship with the Lisle Public Library and the community. And we take a great responsibility. I've served on my board and my community for 22 years. I'm a library, or not a library, I'm a park board member. And to me, that's quite a heavy load. That's probably the best way to describe it, because you're responsible for people, and I carry that into my profession. So I think for us, we don't look at nickel and diming our customers something needs to happen in order to achieve the end goal for us to present that we didn't anticipate. Those type of things we typically observe. Just for the record.
And do you assist in identifying and pursuing grants?
We do. We've secured more than $4.5 million in grants in the past 2 years for our customers. And that could be anywhere from energy grants for, innovations in upgrading HVAC systems to lighting. And so we will assist with those. So incentives and grants. We also have a grant writer that we work with, and we will actually pay for him to seek out and look for grant opportunities and secure those on your behalf.
Yeah, Pat, let me add something on there too. I was one of the grant reviewers for the Illinois State Library. And so for a number of years, I reviewed the grants that came in there. So if I don't know anything else in life, I know what a good grant looks like for the state library there. So we can certainly help you there.
Great. Thanks, Rick.
What's your approach down the line to preparing bid specifications, both being for construction, and how do you do that for FF&E? You talked about that a little bit. Walk us through the process a little bit for you.
Sure. Yeah, I'll talk about the FF&E side. So really, there's two main options available to libraries when we're talking about FF&E. It's really up to the library for their decision. So there's one where you have a traditional bid specification, where we look at various options, and then we identify essentially three. So you're looking at that chair, for example, and you identify three options for that chair that you consider to be equal. Now, the challenging thing with furniture is that it's very hard to get three exactly equal chairs. So when you identify three options, you have to understand that when you go out to competitive bid, you cannot exactly select the one specific chair you want. But that is one option that some libraries do choose to pursue. The other option is utilizing cooperative purchasing agreements, which are nationwide agreements where public entities have pre-bid essentially different manufacturers and different items. They even include it for supplies, so you may be familiar with it for some of your library supplies already. But that is an option that's available for furniture. So that does allow the library then to specifically identify this is a specific chair, specific desk, specific item that we want to include in our library. So we'd like to use a cooperative purchasing agreement. And it really is the library's decision, the board's decision at that point, which option that we go for. We do a mix of both, really. So.
And then with respect to the balance of the project to proceed towards construction documents and ultimately bidding and construction, our process, and I talked about our technology earlier today, we generally begin to build the base detail and model of what we're going to be using to produce our next kind of sequence of work. So moving from conceptual design to schematic design and then design development. And oftentimes when we're in these situations where we do this kind of preliminary planning, there's a baseline of establishing a fee to go through this process. Well, we feel that process helps us in the next step. So we like to offer a credit of time that we wouldn't have to spend in the next step in this step, because we think that's appropriate for a public entity to not pay twice for something, or for us to have a windfall because we're getting paid twice to do something else. So for us, that process looks, could be anywhere up to 6 months, depending on where it's at. In the public sector, we think it's really important to hit bids at the right time. You don't bid in the middle of summer, you don't get the best prices. You typically bid at the beginning of the year, early spring, and you get better pricing. Now, there's a lot of arguments one way or the other, and I only look at it this way. If I'm a guy in a truck and I have to go out and do the work in the summertime, and then I have to use my off hours and go home and estimate, I'm not going to do as good of a job as if I'm sitting there after Christmas deciding what does my workload look like for next year, and I'm going to sharpen my pencil. So there's a couple philosophies on that. That's one of ours. But again, that time frame can be adjusted accordingly if we determine that the best time to go out to bids to get the most competitive bids is even a little bit short.
Sure. Listen, do you have any questions, or does the board have any questions want to run through?
I'll take I visited the Geneva Library yesterday, so one of the things that was interesting was like in the back office, how you kind of consolidated like the tech service into the circulation area. Is that kind of a common thing that's starting to happen in the library industry for new buildings?
Interesting. So if you walk through Geneva, you saw some service points, right? And they were much smaller than a traditional circulation desk.
Yeah.
But what we did do is tech services being consolidated with the balance of the group allowed them to have something they never had. In the old library, there were 14 different service points. So the staff was in a very broken old building. They were broken up old building, and they were all over the place. So they were yearning to get back together because they felt they could be much more efficient. So that is a planning strategy that Rick has developed that we've been working with. We did the same thing at Lisle where we consolidated that as well. When you have service points like book drop off or material pickup, those kind of things, it gets a little more challenging to have that all together in one spot. Sometimes at least you can have maybe 2 spots instead of a singular spot. But I think there is fair opportunity to do that, and I think it actually works better for staff. It's a much richer working environment, and plus we can do a much better job in creating an office environment.
And then the other thing was the youth services offices were upstairs, but the actual youth services department was downstairs. And how does that work? Or how, I know there was, I think it was like a little bit of a give and take. I think the library director said.
Yeah, there was. And here's where we landed. It wasn't our place to say where they should work. Right? They kind of told us how they wanted to work, and we came up with a strategy and said, what if this worked? But one of the things that came out of it that I thought was probably critical to the final decision is when they do focus work, they want to do focus work. When they're working with patrons or they're preparing for a program, they want to be able to do that. And so we decided together, it wasn't really our decision, but that those 2 things happening in 2 different places was not problematic, it actually was helpful because they're less disturbed. They're able to be more efficient with the work that they're doing when they're doing their focus work. And then when they're available to the patrons and they're doing programming, they can do that work where the program is going to happen. So it was actually kind of a fun exercise. I'm not sure it's been perfected yet, and certainly we'll have more conversations because each library has a different and more unique kind of state of affairs with respect to how staff works together. But our objective is to make it a happy and a better place to work.
Anyone else on the board?
Anybody else on the board have a question? Somebody just raised their hand and I'll call on you. Treasurer Norton.
Try to make it brief. Thanks for your presentation. Very nice. I just wanted to, and sorry, there may be a peanut gallery, but let me know if you can't hear the question. I liked your discussion on kind of getting the value out of every dollar and trying to hit as many goals as possible in the design elements. And you showed that example of the makerspace adjacent to the meeting room. Looking specifically at our library, can you give an example of an early idea of that type of thing, an idea that's, going to hit multiple goals for us at the same time, any particular place within the existing footprint or expansion ideas that you have?
Hey, you want to take that?
Go for it, Rick.
Yeah, okay. So Pat, we did two generic site proposals there for the way that it might work, okay? And each one has pluses and minuses. The one that we did that shows the entry coming up off the south, the new one, what that would do if we went that direction, it does a bunch of things. It would, as I mentioned, it would get more light into the building, number one, which to me is a really important thing. It also expands the children area because that's where it's coming off, which I think is important. And it gives room for an entry to it. There's what we drew, there's room for a teen area, a distinct teen area there too, that is separate from the children's area, and more washrooms. We didn't show you all those things because it was too much detail for what we have to do tonight. It also had enough room, so we did a really quick layout for like new books, quick reads, and self-services. So that one, instead of just being an entry, it did like 5 or 6 different things. And that was just one concept. And the other one can do as many things too. But that was, for me on that one, it was really driven by getting that light down there, number one, and getting a more centralized entry to the library, number two. Because especially if it expands later, having an entry off to the side gets more and more problematic, I think. So, but anyway, hit a bunch of the buttons that you had mentioned in your materials there.
Thank you very much.
I'm going to jump in here just because we only have about a minute left for Q&A. Dr. Weinstein, do you have anything that you'd want to ask?
Any more trustees question, just raise your hand.
So what we'll do is,
Nope, trustee Duffy.
give a minute.
Trustee Duffy.
Yeah, this very quickly. I like the fact that, you guys being or currently elected or previously elected experience, you can tell when any public entity spends money, it can be a lot of community engagement. What have you seen that has worked the best when you guys have engaged the community? I think they have 30 seconds there, Mark.
All right, so Rick, you're not going to take this one. I'm going to take because I can talk faster than you.
Okay, Pat?
So essentially, I think that the most transparency on the direction is the best outcome we've had with community members. And I think one of the things that is critically important is establishing a framework for the conversation. Because I think one of the challenges from certain community members often is you're spending money. But what value does the community get out of that expenditure, right? What are we getting back on behalf of the taxpayer? And I think that right there is the conversation that often gets lost, because we show all these great new things we're going to do, or entities do, and then they talk about how much it's going to cost. But there's never a bridge in why that expenditure is happening. And I think one of the things that we like to do is have forums and open opportunities for people to come and have questions. We had 37 different meetings with the community engineer. And you can imagine the range in ideas from a person who was a former architectural critic to a person who was simply concerned about their taxes. And I think having an open dialogue is the best way to establish that.
All right, so we got all the questions, and hopefully I'll turn it over just a 1 minute why you wrap up to allow you to do that.
Excellent. Well, I think one of the things that establishes Studio GC different than our competitors, and why it's important to us, I mentioned earlier, we don't pursue projects, we pursue relationships, we pursue opportunities to make a difference in communities. And the people that are on this team have a passion and a purpose for what they're trying to accomplish on your behalf. And again, I'm going to gloat on it a little bit, is because I've never met somebody who's more passionate about universal design. And I've been an architect for 30 years. And why I think that's important is because she's found a rich user group that needs that help and wants to have the same experience as everybody else in the community. And so there's this kind of purpose behind what she does. It's not just architecture, there's a purpose behind it. And I think Studio GC, with our broad diversity of our studios, our cross-pollination within the organization, and quite honestly, our ability to hit a budget and be very cost-effective with our design solutions. I think that's one of the things that sets us apart. And don't take my word for it. Call our clients. They'll, I'm sure, be able to share everything you wanted to know about Studio GC, but we think that is probably one of the highlights of why Studio GC continues to get repeat business with our customers. And we've done multiple projects for multiple libraries. And we're very proud of that.
All right. Well, I'll say on behalf of CCS and LLD and Chairperson Hummel, Dr. Weinstein, to reiterate, thank you very much for coming in today.
Our pleasure.
Putting together the presentation. If you're able to, or if it's a link or something like that for the board's reference as they evaluate things, if you could give us a link to your presentation, that would be great.
We'd love to.
That way, at least we can follow up to the board with that.
And send it to you.
Yeah, I guess that's me and copy.
Okay,
Dr. Weinstein, that'd be great.
Just on the same email we got. Sure.
That's perfect. So, but obviously the board has some evaluating to do, and we'll get back to you here shortly.
Terrific.
So,
Thank you.
all right.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank
Good
you.
seeing you. Meeting you.
For you, again, through your deliberations, we'll come back and pick it up whenever you're done.
Appreciate that.
All right, great. Peter's on. You're good there. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Tatiana, I made you organizer or presenter again, so you're in control. Okay, good night, everybody.
So we have like a 5 minute, and then we'll.
We don't have to call recess or anything.
No. So we'll jump back on in terms of talking for the board in about 5 minutes or so.
Okay.
Can you see the temperatures? It feels so cold.
Karen, I can't quite make out the pattern on your mask. What are those spaces?
Skulls, yeah, sugar skulls or whatever, sugar skulls.
Oh, nice. Oh, okay. From here, they look almost like I can't make it out. It looks more like monkeys or skulls. It's like I'm doing a terrible job. But scones. Okay, nice.
Sugar skulls.
Oh, they are skulls. Oh, okay. All right. I thought, wow. So it's my hearing that's bad. I thought you said scones, and so my eyes are okay. My ears need checked. Thank you.
Yeah.
I'll get them.
Okay.
Like 10 minutes, but we can probably do a quick recap here.
Okay, but we want to talk about the whole,
Yep.
okay. Were you able to uptick it? Thank you. Are you? You're not.
Looks like we've got a couple more minutes and we'll just,
I did too.
once Emily comes back.
Mark, is this a good or a bad time to ask one quick question on the overall scoring process?
I think we do that once Marjorie and Emily are back on, and then, and Karen.
Okay.
Comes out there.
Okay.
But yes, it will be. I'll just reiterate, just so everyone knows, it is a open public meeting though, so.
Yeah, we're on tape, right?
Yeah, I don't have anything top secret to ask. It's just.
You can ask all of those questions after all 6 go. So that way,
Okay.
getting any ad one firm or another. Essentially, the open and transparent equally all firms.
Thank you.
Jenny, did you find out what Karen's mask was? Oh, there's Karen.
Yes, and we also determined I need a hearing check because it from here I thought it was either monkeys or skulls, and then I heard her say scones, but it was correct. Skulls is the correct answer, not scones. I was like, those are some very interesting looking scones.
Now I kind
Karen.
of want to go.
Marjorie, if my baby gets unruly, I'm just gonna ship her over to your house, okay?
I'm ready.
Okay, leave the slider open for me, okay?
We didn't adjourn.
Just so just in case everything we're saying is on tape and it won't be edited out, so just an FYI, since we didn't do a recess. So
I'm okay with that.
that's fine. I'm sure most.
You don't say anything you don't want repeated, so I don't.
Jenny, your kid's going to remember that in 20 years. Find this tape.
I'm sure anybody watches this.
Well, in 20 years, she'll be on the library board, so no problem. I mean, the baby.
Yeah, this will be part of her campaign video, right?
Yes.
I'll just throw it out there in case Emily is around in the background. I want to start without you.
Is she
So up next, we have product architecture. So it will be at least 2 people. They will be, everyone there will be present. There we go. We got everybody here.
okay?
Hi, Emily. All right. So just a brief recap and what we do at the end. No, it's fine. We said 5 minutes. It was perfect. At the end of all the interviews tonight, we'll have a time period for just general discussion that you guys will be able to go back and forth. But in terms of scoring, I'll give a quick recap and Jenny can answer a question there. But the approach that we typically see done for this is obviously you have all of your scoring categories to fill out for each firm. What we typically see is trustees will fill in an initial number or thought based on the presentation, based on how much you liked it. It really is, it's like grading an essay. I put in an email, I don't know if you all saw that. It's somewhat what you took out, what you heard, and what you gravitated towards in what the presentation and RFQ materials were. That score, once you see firm 2 or firm 3 or whatever it might be, may go, because you're comparing, the different firms at that point, might swing one way or the other to make sure that the scoring and evaluating, you're actually going apples to apples. So what we typically see is kind of a placeholder in your notes in there. And then tomorrow, after getting through all of this, we have a discussion. We go kind of around the table to see where the numbers are, what your thoughts are, and then we do a tally where everyone say what their total was for each firm. But Jenny, did I answer your question or do you have more?
Very nearly. You may have said it and snuck it in and I didn't quite hear it, but in the overall scoring picture, are we basing the score entirely on the interview, or are we also incorporating the materials in advance? Like that's part of the picture and that's part of the scoring, right? It's not just whether they commented on, for example, the schedule today or their ideas for the library today. It's cumulative of everything that we have on them so far.
You got it. It's cumulative of the trustee visits to reference sites. It's the RFQ materials you got. It's the notes that we had sent out in the letters. There's all of that combined. You can weigh in.
So like for the first topic, 1 through 10 for each group.
No, you could give, if you heard the same thing from all firms, you could theoretically give all firms a 10. A 10 out of 10 on that category.
But I mean, so you could do like 7. Yeah,
Well,
so it's
any number.
any number.
so it's 1 through 10,
Yep.
1 through 70.
Yeah.
Right.
Okay, got
And
it.
what that really is to weight things that are really
Gotcha.
important to you. That's why I want to pass it out.
So the goal of the whole exercise is to find the most suitable architect for you. And the scoring and everything is just means to an end. It's to find the most suitable, best equipped architect in your opinion for this project. That is the final answer. So your scoring is just, it's a means to an end. It's just a way to get to whoever you feel is the most appropriate.
The way I heard it interesting is that you're never going to get full consensus on one firm. Everyone, all 7 board members are going to agree that this is the firm that I like the best, but it's really an informed consent that you all heard it, you talked about it, and you're equally weighing all these different aspects of it so that you have something to fall back on and say, yeah, we did all look at this, we followed the process, and this is the most fair way to go about doing this. Try it. You guys had some input on that, so that was good too. So a while back. Good.
When is our, while they're scoring and while they're thinking, when is our next, what time?
It starts at 7:30, so we suggested that people come in about 5 minutes early to set up, so I'll go out there in probably a minute or two just to see if they're here, give them the opportunity to get settled here. Are there any general questions that you want right now, or just wait till the end of today?
Or any questions about the presentation you've just seen that you need clarification on?
Well, I don't know if I should wait till the very, very end tomorrow, or I don't know. It's just, I mean,
I think you need to speak up.
I said, I don't know if I should wait till the end of
No, you can
tomorrow or.
free to talk about it in front of you, so.
I don't know. That seemed like they seemed a little too pushy, like they wanted something more.
I'm seeing that some people are having a hard time
I said
hearing
it
you.
seemed like they were a little too pushy, almost like they wanted something bigger than we were maybe trying to plan for. Yes,
Margie, yeah.
everything else. Can you hear me, Marge?
No.
I said it seems like they were a little too pushy and trying to maybe get like maybe a bigger project than maybe we were planning. I don't know. I just had that vibe. And then, even, I mean, I guess we kind of gave them instructions, but obviously I'm not really keen on touching the property to the east of us. But, but this is a preliminary design, so I'm not going to punish you for that. I still can't. So, I mean, that was that. And I mean, but like I said, I did like the Geneva Library. I mean, there was some things I would like differently, but by and large, I mean, I did like that library, so I mean, the work was good.
Chemistry is a factor in this.
Sorry?
Too. Chemistry is a factor in this too.
Sure.
Whoever you select, you're going to be working with So you need somebody that you can work with.
Mhm.
And that's one of the key factors in there. The field, it's all part of the consideration. So nothing wrong with, having that sort of feeling.
I mean, I don't want to like disqualify, I just, when he first started, I was like, whoa. And maybe it was sticker shock, like this, the first presentation, he just came in there hot, I was like, whoa.
Tom, they're all sales.
Yeah, that's true too, yeah.
They're all
that's
trying
true,
to sell
yeah,
you.
so.
I was gonna say, Tom, you've obviously never made a sales pitch
I
or a
know.
sales presentation.
I'm just a boring accountant. Yeah, go ahead. I actually,
I did not find them pushy at all.
oh, Marge, you got a question?
Are we supposed to be giving our personal comments now? Or are we building in? Because you are influential.
Well, I guess that's my question, Chip. Waited to the
I'm
end.
just saying, if that's the process, fine.
Stop up, we got the new people, yeah.
Okay.
Is,
We're gonna set up the next group.
to you, so actually, it's right up here, I'll introduce you guys real quick. So this is obviously architecture, Director Weinstein.
Hi, good to meet you.
President Hummel. Hi, pleasure. I'm Dan, Trustee Larson.
Hi.
Yeah, two, just two.
Okay.
And then we have this Director Beth One, you talked to her. Yep. And Graham from CCS.
Oh, hi.
Hey, morning. There's not staff here.
Okay.
So you guys are here. What we'll do is, Tatiana, if you do have something to present, can make you present. Great. Either one of these computers will work. She'll just tell me which one you're plugging it into. Great. And I'll let you guys kind of get settled for it.
Okay.
For the next stuff. Sounds great. Thanks for
Those two computers are logged in already.
Oh, perfect.
So you can see
So that's the easy way.
Presenter one, presenter two. Okay.
Yep. And obviously, you see on the screen here and on your individual screen sits, the rest of the library board is here. Some remotely.
And we are.
Yeah, and we are recording.
Yeah.
So obviously at the public meeting, everything's recorded and open. Typically, what we'll do here, once we do start presenting, we'll do a hard stop after an hour. We'll give you guys 45 minutes plus or minus, within reason, to go through your presentation. And then leave about 14 minutes for us to kind of go through some questions and answers. And then 1 minute, we'll let you wrap up and get through the YE. Give you a second to kind of get everything loaded though.
And I'll make presenter one.
This is the mic as well, so you both know that we're all speaking into.
Okay.
So if,
Speak loudly.
yeah, speak loudly into project that way.
Project. Okay, presenter one. You are in charge.
In here.
Do we want to announce the second agenda item?
Are we ready?
We can be. Sure, that's perfectly fine.
So the next agenda item is product architects presentation and interview. Turn over to Mark Rogers.
We'll give them just a moment to get ready. We don't want to jump the gun too much.
Okay.
So, but we're on time. We're not early, so it's good. Great.
Schedule.
On schedule. There we go. Schedule and budget. As long as you're on there, we're golden, right?
Helps.
Yeah. All set up on your end? Yes, sir. Yeah, all right, great. So I'll turn it over to you guys. Let you introduce yourselves and run through the agenda.
Sounds great. My name is Dan Ford. I'm one of the partners at Product Architecture and Design.
Tiffany Nash, also the partner. There's just two partners.
Yeah. So tonight we're going to go through the agenda pretty quickly. We have some really nice things to show you at the end. So we're going to try to get through this as quickly as possible. However, the format is, if you guys have any questions as we're going through this, please don't hesitate to ask. We welcome any interaction as we're going through the presentation. Sometimes it feels like we're just talking at you, so if you feel free to talk while we're going. So first of all, architecture design, we're a small firm with a lot of experience. We work predominantly on libraries. I would say 98% of our work is in libraries. But that doesn't mean that we do the same thing in every library. We have absolutely unique solutions for all the libraries that we work on. The other part that we actually, the reason that we started our firm is that we really despise multiple layers of management and people that you would have to talk to throughout the process of the project. So Tiffany and I are always going to be at your meetings. It's going to be one or the other or both of us. Obviously, there's people in our office that are going to work on this project along with us. But really, we pride ourselves on that you always get our experience and our attention on all of your meetings, all of your projects. If you have a question or a phone call that you need to make, you will always get in contact with Tiffany and I. This has come up a bunch in your questions. We are a full service architectural team. We do all the lighting, all the FF&E, all the interior design, all in-house. We do not have multiple people that only do interior design. We don't have people that only do architecture. Our team that you work with will be the team from start to finish. They will be in charge of all the finishes, all of the architecture, all of the drawings. That way there's no learning curve that goes like this as the project develops. It's just one line that keeps going up as we go throughout the process. Second thing that you guys have asked a couple of times, we want to make sure it's clear. We will talk to all of our consultants. You will not have to interact with them unless you want to at all. The one person you'll probably interact with is probably either the landscape architect and or the AV consultant that we use. But mechanical, electrical, plumbing, fire protection, structural, we really take care of all that on our side. We've worked with the same group of people for the last 5 or 10 years. Again, there's no learning curve there. They're really aware of our work, and we don't have to invent anything as we go through it.
So this is the two people and the picture. This is what we look like when our masks aren't on.
Our smiles, all right.
Right? So this is, you will always have the two of us, as Dan mentioned earlier, and then we coordinate the entire process. So as he mentioned, the interior design, the meetings with you, everything from start to finish. We're at all the construction meetings all the way to the end. So you'll have one of us there all the time. And then this is our office. We're a small office. We like it small so that we can really focus attention on our clients. We are 7 people right now, and again, we like it small. We're kind of an intimate office. And again, we focus on libraries primarily. So everybody has that same experience and knows what they're doing. We've had people in our office for quite a while. So there's consistency on the projects. And then, yeah. So this is, you asked how we will coordinate with our consultants, our approach to coordinating. Dan mentioned that we work with the same people quite a bit. So you're seeing the landscape architect on the left, that is Terry Ryan. And then our MEP is 2010 Engineering, and a structural engineer is a small firm, Johnson Wilbur Adams. And then Erickson is our civil engineer. We also do have an AV consultant should we need one for this project. And so we, again, we'll bring, if you're having specific mechanical issues, we will bring our mechanical engineer here to talk with you, but otherwise there's really no reason for you to need to do that. We will coordinate everything and check their drawings, and then we will go over their drawings with you to the extent that they're understandable.
This is a slide that we like to show. It just shows the amount of libraries that we've worked on throughout the history of our firm. This slide after this one is actually all of our repeat clients. So the first slide, we hope that you had a chance to call some of the clients that were listed in our RFQ. We work with our clients continually. Indian Trails is a great example. We just talked to Brian on Friday. First, we caught up to see how he's doing. We actually consider ourselves friends. But as a library needs new furniture, anything, so that was a $14.5 million project. But we still do pick out furniture with them. We still work on small spaces. We do space planning for them. So it's not about the size of the project. It's really about the relationship that we continue to have with all of our clients. And I think that's really the thing that we enjoy the most. These next couple slides, we put in these in here just so that they were in here for reference. They're really just color images of all the work that we've done, or a selected amount of work that we've done. We're going to try and get through these pretty quickly. And then if you have questions or specific projects that you want us to go through, we can come back to these absolutely. So the 2 slides there. So And then you and I will do these separately. Indian Trails, what we want to do here is tell you the reason why we actually put these 5 projects into the RFQ that we submitted. And then also we're using these to kind of talk about some of the challenges that came up in projects and what we kind of learned from them in the past. So Indian Trails, 2 things really came up that were really interesting. One is that the building, if you can see in the lower left corner of your screens, actually it was an original building in an addition. And the board told us they hated that building. The building looked like 2 separate buildings that were kissed up next to each other. The architect that did this, the addition, really paid 0 attention to the existing building or the aesthetic of the existing building next door. So the board charged us with creating a new addition on the front of the building that made a new singular elevation of the Indian Trails Public Library that the public could see and understand as a singular library. Second was that the way the building was originally planned was that the elevator and toilets and everything was right inside the lobby. And when we're doing a larger project, sometimes you have to realize that moving an elevator or moving something expensive is actually worth it, because if you can get everything kind of out of your way or really look at the building holistically, I think Indian Trails really taught us to kind of zoom out a little bit, take a look at the entire building at once. And if something needs to move, then maybe we look at the cost of moving it, we weigh the options with you guys to make sure that we're making the right decisions and not being sort of penny wise and dollar foolish for the next 20-year project. And then, so next is Carol Stream.
Carol Stream was, we put it in because it was a thought renovation of an existing building. And we thought that one of the biggest similarities of this building to yours is that it lacked natural light until we thought that what you see here in this picture. If you look at the picture on the lower, the little inset, you can see that's the same, that's a view that should have been looking out into the woods, and it didn't. So it's sort of crazy that they built it that way and didn't take advantage of the view they had. And so then you see the larger picture. We added an outdoor space, the patio, and with a view to the woods. So that was something that you had asked for in your list of needs, with some outdoor seating. So that's why we put it in here. This one was a single story space where the youth and the adults were all together, and the noise was the biggest concern. So this one, that was kind of the biggest design challenge, was figuring out how to have all these different groups in one space, and for people to have some quiet space and kids to be able to do what they need to do and play and make some noise. So we use study rooms to kind of split it apart. Lesson learned here is, again, it's kind of the big bang for the buck. This one, kind of the main thing here that they really wanted was the view to the outside in the patio. And so we made sure that happened before anything else. And they had a set budget. So we kind of kept some of the office spaces how they were in order to make this happen and make sure they realized the thing.
I'm sorry, what did you say was the biggest thing?
The biggest bang for the buck was adding this large window that you see in the picture in this patio. This is something that was extremely important to them. And it was kind of expensive in the scheme of things. And so we kind of gave up on a few other things, or kind of redesigned our original design for the office spaces in order to make this happen, because their budget was set and they couldn't afford to do everything they wanted.
Okay, thank you.
Lincolnwood Public Library, this was actually fun. If you look again in the bottom corner, the building was extremely solid. They were almost, it's on an urban lot. So the building was designed so that with a sort of almost a lack of windows. And I think the idea was that they were trying to keep down on noise on busy streets. But the entire plan of the library actually was, you never really got to see inside the library or library on design. The community never really knew what was happening inside the library either. So what we did is we actually inserted a couple of really large openings of glass, and you can see these along the slides here, and rearranged the library to be a much more efficient plan. The second thing that was a lesson learned on this one too, which is really interesting, is that there's between 100 and 120 junior high kids that come across the street at 3 o'clock, and they leave at 6 o'clock. The biggest, we didn't have room on the lot to make a larger addition to accommodate this. And what it made us do was use each room multiple different ways, multiple different times throughout the day. So from 1 o'clock or from 9 o'clock till 3 o'clock, the cafe was really for adults to sit around by a fireplace. At 3 o'clock, the adult would mosey out. The kids would come in, and 30 kids would go to the cafe, get some lunch. We have a series of glass doors that open and close and kind of partition off the library so that kids can be on one side throughout the afternoon. And then once they leave again, the library swings back open and the adults kind of take over the spaces that they've had. So we were really interested in not having a singular room for teams. We really wanted to, which is okay in some libraries, but they didn't have square footage. But we wanted to have it so that the rooms could all be used throughout the day. No room was ever covered. So I think it was a good idea. Aspen?
This is Aspen.
Oops.
Yeah. So this is the Aspen Branch Library. This was an addition because they grew out of their space. They just didn't have enough square footage. They had the same problems as a couple of other projects we've mentioned where they were, they had a huge influx of middle school kids coming in at one time, making it unusable for adults. So we added this children's pavilion. On the upper right, you can kind of see the leg coming off. That's what we added. They wanted it to look like it was part of the original building. So we did that. You can tell that it's a children's pavilion on the outside from the colorful lights. This was a lesson in flexibility and use of a quiet study. The library is just going to be loud no matter what during certain times of the day. So we did a quiet study there. And then certain times of the day, spaces just switch over for the kids to use. They used a lot of flip top tables and stacking chairs so that they could have open programming space, and then it could be seating for the middle school kids. So it was a good lesson in how to make space incredibly flexible for all different kinds of uses.
Can I ask a quick question? I apologize. On these slides, you have project 1, and then you have a $6.9 million figure, and then project 2, the 6.65. Is it that the project budget was 6.9 and you spent 6.6, or am I supposed to combine those two numbers together for the full scope of what this project was?
Nope. So we did an initial budget analysis, which is actually the phase that you're asking us to do, which is concept phase. For the concept phase, we had the project costing about $6.9 million. When bids came in, we came in at 6.65. The library ended up adding a bunch of alternates to make up some of that difference in cost, but the project finished up about $150,000 under budget. The budget was developed by a construction manager. And important thing too, all these projects were developed through concept phase. A budget was established, and then we went on through and developed the CDs, drawings, and put them through construction. So all these are exactly what you guys are asking for. The last project that we're looking at is Brookfield. It's actually one of our most recent projects. It's under construction. They just topped out the steel about a week ago. This is an $11 million building. It's a new building, 21,000 square feet. There's a basement down, so it's 7,000 square feet down and 14,000 square feet up. The lot across the street is where the library is now. Adding to it was a complete nightmare. The building was only structured to have a single story, so we studied putting an addition on it. It got to be ridiculously expensive, so the library owned the lot across the street already from a past referendum. We looked back at it, and market conditions allowed us to really build a new building more or less for the cost we were going to have for the addition. So we moved forward with the new building. It's very exciting for us. I'm just trying to make sure I'm time for slides.
I'll give you like a 5-minute heads up too.
Yeah.
I'm trying to a little bit.
All right, so the next one is outlining our process for the design of this project. So we would meet with any members of your team that you would like us to meet with, so that staff, board, community, if you wanted. I know you've done a lot of this already, just to do the programming, and then above that in the slide is talking about documenting this building and looking at your assessment report that you already had done. And then after we review with you, we would develop different locations for an addition. If you decide to go that way, I know you're looking at renovation of this building as one option, and then addition as another. And then we would show you floor plan options for all of those different options for where an addition should go and for renovation in the existing building. We kind of work on those until you're happy and carry as many schemes as you like all the way to the cost estimate. And then we work on the pricing with you guys. Okay. And then we go over the cost and the options with the board and decide which way you want to proceed. So this is this is a slide about the programming. These are just options that we would go through and talk about what you're looking for. These are all spaces that you asked for. There's going from left to right on the top row. It's a teen space, and then study rooms you mentioned. You mentioned a maker space. What you're seeing here is kind of a multi-purpose maker space. And then going back down at the bottom left is a vending cafe at Lincolnwood. And outdoor seating areas is Carroll Stream here. You're seeing the patio. And then you talked about display, marketplace, and library of things. So this is just a slide talking about different ways that we could look to display. This one's just showing face-out materials, but we have done all of those things. So we would kind of talk to you about what exactly you're looking for within those spaces.
And actually, we've done a ton of library visits. We end up, it doesn't matter if it's our project or not. We just like to know what you guys like and what you see as positive. So I think library visits are a really good way because sometimes people don't know what potential is unless they see it. So we think it's a really good way for to kind of open people's eyes up for sure. These are planning options. So these are, as Tiffany was talking about, planning options that we can do for your building. Up in the left corner is Lincolnwood, and that's the existing plan. You can see when you walk in, there was a trapezoidal meeting room that was more or less useless. The lobby was much like yours. It was very, very narrow and thin. And then you didn't really get to the collection for at least 50, 60 feet. It was all on one level, which is a little bit different, but it really was a chute that you entered into. As you can see, as you get down to the end, the adult and youth are open to each other. And we had to figure out a way to get some division between adult and youth so that they could not hear each other throughout the entire day. So as you go from the upper left to the upper right, and then lower left and lower right, actually the schemes, you can see the meeting room stays in place, and then we start to move around the admin and the adult to see how that works. In the lower left, we start to move around the admin to separate the youth and adult. And then in the final scheme, which is actually the scheme that they chose, we took the meeting room and moved it out of the way, which again, it's sort of that big idea thing where you realize that the meeting room is the thing that's making everything miserable. So we turned the meeting room into the lobby, which worked out perfectly. So when people entered the building, they actually saw open space and collection. We moved the meeting room to the north and then put the admin between the adult and youth and actually combined the workrooms so that we could cut down on the inefficiency of 2 workrooms. And it was the most expensive scheme in terms of cost, but we really will show you all these schemes so you understand when you make a decision that you saw the other schemes also. And we've never ended up with a scheme that we started with. It's never been, let's take scheme B and move on. It's always, I like this out of scheme C, I like this out of scheme B, I like this out of scheme A. And again, Tiffany said, we keep drawing until you guys are happy. Okay, this is a kind of a, so what's your approach to determining the aesthetic of the design? So we're gonna look at this in 2 ways. One is kind of the inside of the building and one is the outside of the building. We don't see them as separate, but it was kind of a way to attack it. So it's funny because we think your existing building actually is like this kind of really beautiful mid-century modern Neutra kind of building that kind of got added onto a little bit throughout the years. So what we did here is we like the natural stone. We like the long look of the roofs. Your logo is actually very prairie style. So we assume that you guys are kind of into that idea of replicating that in your building and the idea of your building. And the setting of your building is very natural and beautiful. So what we really want to build with on that, the aesthetic of the exterior will always be up to you guys. We're going to show you multiple material palettes so that you understand exactly what we're doing. We'll do that through the renderings. But even on the bottom, you can see when we start inserting glass into the building and just taking out the solid panels and replacing it with glass, that the building becomes much more airy. You understand the heaviness of the stone in comparison to the lightness of the windows. So we just want to show you kind of how we work and ideas, kind of big, high-level ideas that we can start reviewing with you in your design aesthetic.
We mentioned in the earlier slides that we would tour libraries with you, or if you've already done that, go to places that you've seen and liked. A lot of times we'll have a Pinterest page, sometimes that you create or staff creates, and it can be about anything. So we kind of get an idea of what aesthetic you're looking for. And then you can see in these images the different types of projects that we've done. So we're not stuck to one aesthetic. If you look at the top middle picture, that's Ford Library in Western Springs, which is a more traditional library, and they wanted to keep that feel. So that is a new design, just in a more traditional look. And then in the lower left, we just wanted to draw your attention to Winnetka, because that was a mid-century modern building that they liked, but they didn't like the cold feeling that it had. So they really wanted it to be warmed up, and we did that by doing the wood ceiling and then a very warm carpet. And we went through a lot of materials with them until they were happy. So we just, again, we work with you until we get happy. We don't bring you a palette of materials and tell you this is how it is.
I think we had 15 or 16 carpet samples on this one. The board was very interested, which is great. Who leads interior design? And I'm going to go on this one quickly. I hope we hit it. It really is our team. We do not stop and start. There isn't someone that stops and picks up interior design once the building is finished. It's the same team from beginning to end. So we really want to stress that you always get the partners at your meeting. It's always going to be our experience. Because we have over 50 years experience. We just want to make sure that you know that we're not going to interview for this and then 2 months into the project we're gone and someone from our office is finishing it. That will not happen. It's not how we run our office. Okay, influencing factors. This was a fun one too. Do you want to start, or do you want to?
Yeah, we were a little confused by this question, but this is how we understood it, that the factors that will shape the design and the size of this is going to be your staff needs and your work environment. That we've seen different libraries sort of change their staffing models, which ends up changing the floor plan. So that will be something that we'd be looking at and talking with you about. The collection size, whether this is the right collection size or if it's going to change, and especially if you want to feature different collections with the marketplace and the library of things and things like that, that will help determine the layout and where things go. And obviously, if we stick within this footprint or add on, that's definitely a factor in the design. And then service points, again, that has to do with your staffing models, and then definitely just how the building is situated as to how many service points you can have and how many you can staff that you're able to staff.
External, we really think this building has this beautiful opportunity kind of up on the hill to be visually connected with the community as they drive past. Indian Trails is a really big idea about library on display. As people drove past the library, they saw what was happening inside. They got excited, they came in. I think there's a real opportunity for that to happen for you guys for sure. We think that there's this is the next slide about COVID also, but we really think that the people working from home are really going to start to need a space where they need to get out of their houses and come to the library to work. So this trend towards more smaller specific meeting rooms or specific furniture for people to work on individually, we think is going to continue. People don't have maker spaces or media labs at home. So the community is coming in to borrow those services from you. Same idea of technology. And then library of things. It's one of the things that you guys listed as a want on the list for your library. We think it's a really beautiful idea that you offer things that people don't have. I think it's a really nice, the library starts to get away from just the idea of books and starts to look at objects too. And we've had a lot of fun in other libraries kind of creating display opportunities for library of things. It's a pretty cool thing for sure.
So you asked how COVID is going to influence the design. Some of it, we have to admit, we're not sure, but we do believe that the drive-up window is something that people are asking for now and something that will continue. People are going to want that more and more rather than coming in every single time. We also, as Dan mentioned, there are going to be more people working from home even after this is over, we believe. It's kind of what we're seeing, that office spaces might be getting smaller. So in doing that, people are probably going to want to go get out of their homes and go to a place to work or have meetings. So spaces that would assist in doing that, we see as something that will continue. Perhaps more holds and more self-checks. We're not sure about that, but we could see that happening. And flexible furniture that can just be moved and spaced out so that people can have their space. And then definitely anything hands-free, any doors that can open on their own, including bathroom doors, and then faucets, all those kind of things that we normally do anyway, but definitely going to continue. Yep. Okay.
So phasing impacts the design and phasing. Tiffany and I read this actually opposite of each other. So we didn't know if you were talking about phasing that you wanted to build the project now and then 5 years later build more of the project, or if you wanted to phase the project within the library itself and the main building. So we can attack it both ways. First slide up in the right is if we have option 1 is with no addition. And so the idea there would be you would be able to phase that as probably 3 phases. Take off the lower level. Because your building is on separate levels, it actually, if you're not adding an addition, it's really easy to renovate. You can do each level at a time, or however much that you guys can pick off. If you are going to renovate and then do an addition, or do an addition and renovate later on, let's say 5 years from now, we would actually tend to look at option 4, which is the lower right, which is an addition that is standalone. So you could actually build the addition and then not renovate the building, or you could renovate the building and then build the addition later. Options number 2 and 3, which is the upper right and the lower left. Option 2 is to take off the half level and build 2 levels in its place. The half level is really wreaking havoc on your library. Again, these are just ideas that we're thinking about really quickly, kind of over a big scale. That's easier to phase because you can build the addition at once and then break through. You have these really large masonry walls that kind of separate your library into 3 parts. We would use those walls. We planned these off of those walls to make sure that we can kind of add and subtract through those walls and use them to kind of be partitions in terms of construction. And then the lower level, option 3, which is in the lower left, that's actually adding to the youth on the second level. The idea that would be we'd almost cut the building in half. So you would renovate the lower level adult and add the addition above it because we have to take the roof off. And then we could leave open either this small portion here, you could have almost a branch library on the half level, and or you could have parts of youth. We really think you probably have to contain yourself to this site here. So again, we'd really love to go over these options with you and help you understand, or help ourselves understand what the impact would be on your operations day to day and how you guys want to stay open, or if you want to stay in the building. But we always look at all these options with you, and then you are able to make a decision based on cost from CCS, based on the drawings that. So these are just quickly looking at them and saying, let's take a look and see where it fits.
The next question was our approach and the advantages to doing the existing, just renovating the existing building and the footprint, or renovating and doing an addition. The advantages of renovating the existing building are obviously, you can, if you're spending the same amount, you could probably do a little bit more, and it could be, everything could be a little nicer because you're just working with less square footage. And the benefit of adding on is that you will have more space, which it definitely seems like you need. And so you might have to plan for some other things later, or we just figure out, looking at that bang for the buck and figuring out where we could keep things the way they are in order to get that addition.
Good. Site plan, we went over this a little bit before. As you enter the site, you don't understand it as a library really at all. The first level is actually almost entirely buried in the hill. And we think that could be improved upon. As you come down and come around, you enter into the back of the building. We call the back of the building, we're on the east side. It's very dark, and the canopy is quite nice actually, but it would be nicer to have it sort of be open and get to the library sooner. Entering on the half level is a little bit rough.
Yeah, we're on major challenges to the project. That's what we're on.
Yeah. I'm like hustling too much.
Yeah.
You got time. We have about 15 minutes.
15 minutes for us to present. So, yeah. Okay, I thought I was getting, I guess I got it. Okay. I thought we had 35 minutes, not 45. Okay. And then as we're coming around the site, the building actually stays very solid, but we think there's real opportunity to start opening up that second floor, the lower level and the upper level, to get more glass. It's actually northern glass, which is really beautiful. It's not direct. You can really start to have beautiful daylighting in your spaces. Everybody loves daylighting. Thermal for glass has gone much better. It's still not as nice as a real insulated wall, but we can keep the UV out really easily. So there are things that we can do to your library, I think, to get a much more natural light, but still keep in the character and aesthetic of the building that you have, if that's what you're interested in. If not, we can show you other ways around it too. Okay.
Going through inside the building, there's some major challenges that you have. Obviously, starting at the entry, You have kind of a funnel until you see a person, because right now we've got someone there. You don't see any materials or a person until you get pretty far in the building. Clearly, your circulation is difficult because if you're on the youth level, you could just walk right out and you're not inclined to come down to go to circulation. So you've got a problem there with the way you enter. The adult collection seems pretty spacious to us, that could be worked out to be a little better layout, but it does feel like it's lacking some natural light. It could be a little bit better. And then it looks like some things may have been added through the years because the study rooms look a little bit disjointed where they're located and the staff area. Going up to the youth collection, it's just too small. That's too small. That's it.
Universal design. We really strive as much as we can to design everything for everybody all the time. It's kind of second nature. ADA really is, it's not really separate from how we design ever. So the accessibility part of the Illinois Accessibility Code is really just part of our everyday. We do enjoy, we actually did a bit more research here, but we think there needs to be a visual clarity in signage. It really has to do with multiple levels of people's abilities experiencing the library throughout the day. So someone may have not great vision and someone may have perfect vision. We just need to make sure that we're designing for everybody throughout all times. So universal experience, we don't want to have to send people with disabilities and or out around the building to get in separate ways. We want to make sure that everybody comes in the same point. Service points, we want to make sure that they're very accessible and intuitive so people aren't searching around to try to figure out where a service point is. Flexible furniture. We see that both as staff and as patron. We've been doing a ton of desks that are actually height adjustable, both in staff areas and also as service points. We also think that there can be high, low, medium-sized chairs. Tiffany and I were talking about this today. We do a huge visit to the MARC with a project of this size, obviously, and you get to sit on all the chairs. You get to try everything out and make sure that it's what you guys want. We don't pick furniture and bring it to you. In COVID, what we've actually been doing, and the vendors have been very happy about this, they send us 40 chairs, and they're all different. You guys pick which ones you like and then send them us back. So design is still on your side for that, for sure. Power to tabletop, we do not want anybody kind of weaseling around on the floor trying to figure out how to plug in. Automatic doors, we hit on that before. Light levels, we run light calcs on all of our lighting. It is not subjective, it is math. We get the entire layouts for all of our spaces with all the furniture in there and all the shelving. You will know what the light levels are. It is not a guesswork. There is zero guesswork to it. All the lights are LED. I can't stress that enough. There's no reason that anyone has to ever guess to hope there's enough light levels in the building.
The reason we have this on this section is that a lot of buildings will kind of have dim areas and some mood lighting, but in order for it to be a universal design, we believe that the whole building needs to be 50-foot candles so that everybody can read no matter where you are in the building. That's why we have that on here.
You want to just go?
Okay. Shelving height, I don't know if you mentioned, but just not having anything really high so that some people can't reach it. We've been doing hearing loops in all of our meeting rooms. And obviously the entry needs to be accessible. And it would be great if you didn't have to take an elevator to get down to the circulation desk. Just talk to a person in this building, so.
Okay, so site exploration options. So again, we kind of looked at this, we kind of went through the project a little bit and decided to take a stab at some of the ideas that maybe we could have. So we have this as part of our RFQ, and then we've actually done some additional images beyond that too. So the first one is no addition. We would more than likely keep the entry where it's at. Tiffany is going to go through a set of plans that shows how that can be done. The second option is about an 8,000 square foot addition. This clunk of building here is about 4,000 square feet. We don't really see this as our most viable option. Tearing out a meeting room isn't the greatest thing in terms of being efficient with your dollars, but we're just looking at how to solve. Sometimes you look at what doesn't work to see what works a little bit better. You kind of have to know what you don't like. Sometimes you know what you do like. So we just looked at to see what it would cost and what size it would need to be. Option 3 is to, again, add on to youth on the second level, and then move the entry actually to the south parking lot, coming directly off the south parking lot into the building. And then option 4 is, again, that standalone pavilion that would be located more or less in your staff parking now off the adult. We really look at this option if you have ideas of wanting to build the addition all by itself first and then renovate the building. We really need to look at placing an addition around there. So all of these can move. So if you wanted to look at taking that and moving it north, moving it east, moving it west, absolutely we will look at all those options with you. These are just trying to illustrate the amount of investigation that we think is important to make sure you guys are making an informed decision moving forward with like such a big project.
And is the P thinking about parking?
Yes. So we understood that you guys have lots that you own on each side of the library lots now. We do not know the exact extent of that. We saw the 2016 report and kind of based off of numbers that you had. So we would just look at where we move the entry and then try to support that with additional parking. And we know there's a ton of grade up there, but we just need to look at a topo and get smaller. And then we looked at massing on how these additions mass up. So you just look at the sort of orange clump and you see kind of what we're talking about and then outdoor space.
Okay, so the following slides are just to kind of show you how we work, and we don't need to be presumptuous in telling you how this needs to be, but we just wanted to show you how quickly we can come up with schemes for you to go over. So the first one, we understood that you wanted to look at staying within the building and renovating. So we took a crack at that. That's what you're seeing here. And we felt that this would be one option. You could keep the entry where it is, kind of walk through a patio. You could clear out this whole half level and have a cafe and lobby and serve right here. And then you're seeing a ramp there that one of the biggest problems here that we believe is that people with strollers can't really get to the youth. Along with the surf. So we looked at what if you could have a ramp that's kind of a big experience, that's some new material and everybody could use it. That's where your marketplace is. So you kind of ramp down to study rooms and the meeting room and your popular materials are there. It's meant to be louder. And then you get to the youth collection and put that where the adult is right now. And if you stayed in here, maybe the story room is kind of a flexible space that could be story maker. And then upstairs would be the quiet adult area. So that's this.
Okay.
And then we looked at an addition right next to where your youth is, right over the top of adult.
So this is option 3.
This is option 3, and this is the one that we expanded upon with some renderings. So if you look at the top plan there, we're actually looking at entering in the middle of the building on the 2nd floor, where youth is now, and making a lobby and surf up there. And then the youth collection would be what you're seeing to the left there with the patio. And then you would go downstairs by an elevator or stairs. And once you get down there, that half level would be the meeting room and the cafe with another patio potentially. And then you would come through, and this would be sort of that loud area with the study rooms and the marketplace and a maker space. And then the adult collection would be where it is today with another patio. So we showed you kind of all different areas that you could have outdoor space.
So this is a 3-dimensional rendering of option 3. 5 minutes? Okay, we're doing good. Okay. So if you look at the box that's actually located, that's actually the addition on top of the 2nd floor. We did it all in glass just to make sure that you could understand what it was. On the second part too, what we're also showing is into the adult area, we're adding these light wells. It's kind of similar that we showed at Lincolnwood. Most of the natural light is coming from the south. So we really wanted to poke out of the roof there and create sort of transom windows that can catch sun and put it into the adult space from above. Here we're looking at the new patio that we're creating where your existing entry is. We're leaving the building alone really where the meeting room is and really renovating the interior. The next tube, what you see is really that entry tube. You can see that we're creating a ramp and stairs coming into that entry, and that's where you transition either into into youth, or downstairs to the half level, which is the meeting and cafe, and then all the way down into the adult area. So this is a rendering of the new outdoor patio that we're showing. So the existing renderings are on the bottom and the new renderings on the top.
Yeah, and the aesthetic here, we're just trying to show more materials that kind of go with the stone that you have. Again, we would talk with you about what the design actually is, but we just wanted to show how it might look. And so just open that up with glass right off the meeting room there and have a patio outside the cafe.
And covered and not covered.
And then the bottom slide is how it is today. The top slide is just showing you how it could be. This is the north side, so that would be the adult patio that you're seeing right there. And then the youth with a lot of glass up there. And then we're just taking you inside adult, so that's looking out at that patio. We just took a view to show you how it could be.
And this is the view actually as you're driving into the parking lot. We really saw this big long building as an opportunity with some really beautiful signage and more materials. So as you pull in the rendering on the top, you can see one of those light walls. We've actually put like a screen on it to have your logo on the building as you come in, this really beautiful logo. That's weird. And then as you continue to go, you see the patio that's outside youth, and then the glass box, which is used with sort of, so the existing roofs now do this. We just inverted that roof and made it a little more open so that we can get more sunlight into it. And then recladding some of the existing building in wood siding. And then as you continue on, you can see this is the interior of the youth area. A beautiful wood ceiling, kind of similar that we used at Winnetka, kind of warming the space up. And then as you, at the end of the glass box, which is the youth area, it is not just the roof, it's actually a planted garden. That can be kind of a community garden on the second floor. And then this is a zooming into the entry. So this is the new entry that you would come up on the south lot. You can see the existing is up in the top corner. Sorry, there's two slides there. So what you're seeing there is the slide coming in. The desk, the circ desk is off to the left, and then there's a stair going down. It's actually, there's an image over the top of that, sorry. What we did for the, right now, one of your stairs is in the way of visually seeing down into adults. We actually pulled it off to the side so that when you're coming from the half level, you only see down into the adult area, so that's a double height space. And then here, because we're opening up that floor plan for that floor plate because of the new entry sort of tube that we're talking about, that entry atrium, and we are able to have a double height space that the adult can look up into and have game light also.
We just had fun coming up with a concept for you, and so this is kind of what you could expect to see for several schemes.
Yep.
Something like this, once we discuss what it is exactly you're looking for and what you'd like to see.
So this is the way we present all of the options. And then can we just, do you want us to go through? So this is, we agreed to the schedule that you guys had before. It was 3 months for concept design and 8 months the balance. A month for bidding, 2 months for contract award, and then 8 months to a year for construction based on complexity.
For the concept phase deliverables, we would have enough to get pricing. So basic, floor plans, furniture plans, ceiling plans with an understanding of light, the type of lighting and scope of lighting, descriptions for MEP, civil and structural. We would have renderings like you just saw, so we could be discussing the types of materials that you'd like to see to make sure that we're pricing something that is something that you like. We'll have a written scope document, since it's likely not going to be enough drawings to fully cover what it is we would do. And then we would provide the furniture estimate, and then we understand that you'd be doing the construction. Yeah.
So
and if there's something else that you'd like as a deliverable, that's fine. This is just.
Yeah. This is not where we draw the line. And then the scope of work is really just to finish it. So yeah, that's, so then question.
Great. So you said it great in terms of timing. That's good. Good. A lot of material.
There's a lot of questions. Thank you.
Yeah, a lot to get through. Appreciate your efforts there. In terms of workload, how many projects do you, being a smaller firm, especially, and what's that level commit to other projects versus how much you can get through on this one times get? It's a timetable for this project.
Sure. We have a lot of projects in construction right now, and we're actually ready for design and to get going with this size of project. We have just a couple smaller ones, but this would be the major project in our office. And so it comes at very good timing. Because Brookfield's our largest project right now, and that is under construction. Our role kind of diminishes then, so.
Sure. How often do you typically plan to visit the site during, or the library during the design process? And then once you get into construction, is it weekly? Is it more than once a week? Walk us through that.
Yeah, so normally we've been doing, early on design, it's usually every 2 weeks, is about when we have our meetings. And sometimes it's necessary to come once a week, and that's fine with us too. It really has to do with schedule and decision making on the staff side. What we really like to do is get that meeting set up and have it be consistent for the project so that everybody can rely on it. Everybody's busy and their schedules are busy, so we'll always just say Tuesday mornings are with Lisle. And then if it's every week, that's fine. If it's not, then we can say we don't need that meeting this week, we can do it every time. And that continues in construction. We're actually really available in construction also. Brookfield was delivered as a GC, so we assume that that would be the same here. We have no issues with that, so that's going to come.
So we've had some projects where we've been requested to be there every week and then some every other. So we would do whatever.
Okay. What professional services do you not include within your team that we would need to do, the owner would need to contract that for separately? Anything we should be aware of?
The only thing I can think of is geotech and survey, and that's pretty typical. And that's just, well, we can give you proposals. We just got 5 for a small client of ours that just needed to take a look actually around the library. But other than that, I think we're pretty full service.
Yeah, IT, and did you mention IT?
IT we can do. It just depends on if you have a consultant. Normally, libraries have their own consultant and want to use them. If you don't, we have them that can do full IT security, speakers, cameras, all of that. Absolutely.
All right. Do you assist in identifying and pursuing grants?
Yes.
Okay. Well, some examples, if you would. Not examples, but just how do you get involved in that?
Yeah, we've done that. The biggest one is Lisle, and we've been extremely successful with our clients getting that. It has gotten a little more harder to get. I think a lot more libraries now are applying for them, but we got one for Wakanda, we got one for Indian Trails, we got one for Westchester, we've gotten them all over the place. Yeah. The DOE, we've done some for sustainability. Indian Trails is one of 2 libraries that was able to get a full grant for their solar panels, which was amazing. We got some money for the geotech, or for the geothermal there, for the efficient design. What else?
The ComEd.
ComEd. That was not as good as it starts out to be. Yeah, so I got to be honest, with Brookfield, we spent a lot of time, and I think their grant was like $12,000, which is not nothing, but it started that it was going to be like $100 and something thousand, and then it kept going down and down and down. So it was really unfortunate, but again, we don't sneeze at $12,000. We'll make the effort and hope to get as much as we can for you guys.
How do you prepare the bid specs for construction and also separately for FF&E? Walk us through both of those.
So I'll take it. So we have a really well-developed front-end spec that I'm just gonna be honest, we worked with the spec writer to get it right. That's a really important front side. We write our own specs otherwise beyond that, and they're project specific. But again, we worked hard to get that front-end spec right. It's been successful in our projects.
FF&E, the specification, what we typically do for FF&E is shop with you for furniture. You decide what you like, and we spec it out exactly as you like it. So it's a pretty easy specification. It's not usually open, meaning that people can provide something else that you never sat in place of the one that you did sit in and you liked. If that's not what you want to do, you don't have to, but that's typically what we do. And then we typically handle the bid on that, and we handle it separately from the construction. And we also typically bid it in lots of bid packages because it's purchased in a very different way than construction. And so the cheapest way for you to get it is to have dealers who get the best deals on specific furniture. It's complicated, but yeah, in packages. So
We found out mostly.
And I know this is a small point, but we open the bids at the same time, just so that we know if we have alternates or things that we're bidding, that we know if the furniture, we want to take some alternates with that, just so that we know what the whole product means.
Right. I should turn it over to President Hummel if he's got any questions, or if the board does after.
I think I saw on the list you did work on Indian Prairie and Darien.
We're working on it now.
So just now you're working on it?
Yep.
You didn't work on it previously?
Nope.
Okay. Question.
It's gonna be amazing, how about that?
I guess, well, what are they doing there?
Interior renovation. They're adding some study rooms, updating some finishes, adding a cafe, making space for a maker space. They are changing their staffing model. And so we're combining workrooms and opening up some other workrooms. They had a lot of repetition of admin space that I think it's highly efficient now and more concentrated in one spot, which I think is very smart.
Any other trustees have a question, just raise your hand. Trustee Duffy.
Question is, you didn't talk about it in your presentation, is how do you work with libraries on their engagement to the community, and how do you integrate community feedback within your planning and design?
We've done the community feedback in different ways. We've done it at the beginning on some projects. A lot of times by the time we come on, it's that part, the initial community engagement has already been done. And then what we find is sometimes people don't know what it is they want because they've never had it and they don't know what other libraries are doing or what they could have. So sometimes we suggest, even if you do it early on, that you do it again and then present to them what it is you're planning so that they have something to give feedback on. We found that to be very successful. And then as far as what we do with that feedback, we look to you, to be honest, as to what you want to do. If there's something you want to change, or if there's something that people have told you that they want to see, if you want us to try to incorporate that.
And I think we can work, and we work through that with the options that we show you, which is floor plan, collection, furniture, and all of our plans. You'll understand that if you come back and say the community, we're really finding this need for more study rooms, how do we do that? We can just show you, if you reduce your collection by 5%, you get 3 more study rooms here. You reduce it by 10%, you get 6 more. So it really is this kind of balancing act between ourselves and you in collaboration, making sure that we have the most successful plan that balances the collection, balances the programs that you guys want, both on your list and things that come up from design.
Any other trustees? All right, I think we're good so far. You want to?
I can go to a couple more questions. I'll ask Director Weinstein if you have a couple first. Okay. So what do you think, based on the renovation experience you guys have had, what are the things you're looking out for when you look at a building like this that could be problem spots later on?
So we know the mechanical system needs to be replaced. So that's where it needs to be done.
Yeah, it was identified and they've done some work to it. So
Yep.
I'll say that much. It's part of that QC.
Yeah, we've done
some stuff to that.
We've done a lot of work with Jack, and we've actually done assessment reports with them too. So that's great news. What would we look at? We would look at making sure floors can handle loads. You guys have collections up and down or upstairs, so it seems like it should be fine with that now. We would look at that. We would look at electrical service. I mean, there's things that are just big ticket items that we get our engineers in quickly in the beginning to make sure that we have cost coverage for it. Sprinkler size, sprinkler main size. I know they're all boring things, but it's just things that come up that cost dollars later on in the project. Put them in the city.
Restroom, I mean, there'll be things that come up during, as we're laying things out, but we understand that you want restrooms on every level, which is normal. So that, could pose a physical, could be some places that are better than others for that. And then your basic, your elevator we know was worked on before, so just probably try to keep that in place and then look at where the stairs go if there's a ramp.
Yeah, and
is that what you mean?
Yeah, it's just from your experience, what are the things
It's
that you
building
know?
systems that can really start to cost a lot of dollars. And honestly, we try to keep a high design contingency and high in the beginning and the start of a project. Our design and construction contingency, we carry at about 20% to start with to make sure that we're covered. And at the end of the project, at the end of design, CDs are finished, design will be zero. And then we can, as a group, decide what the construction contingency go out at. But renovations and buildings that have been added to, we do typically between 8%, at least, just to make sure that, and then if we need allowances, we can do that. So we really just try to protect you guys during bidding. That's our experience, is that we don't have X-ray vision. So as much as we can do in the beginning to understand the building, we just also have to make sure that once the walls open up, we can take a look at that so we can be ready for it.
You mentioned before that you've done general contract, project delivery, construction management. It hasn't been determined what this would be.
Okay.
Is there a different approach you take to either one down the line, or is it?
Front end spec.
Okay.
The nicest part with CMs, and I think we'd agree on this, is they do estimating. So if you guys are doing estimating, it's really no different. It's nice having someone on your side throughout design. As we go into construction, it's just that much easier. And the library can pick someone that they like in terms of, or can get along with, or has experience that they want in terms of their construction. But honestly, it doesn't make any difference to us. We've done it both ways. Public projects, I think we all know the difference. So.
And actually, we're almost out of time here, but I'll throw one more. What's the first thing you look at doing in terms of that first step when you get into concept? What do you want to approach with the board first? Is it just basically throwing everything down in terms of design, or is there something specific that you would walk them through?
We want information from you to us, absolutely first.
Yep.
That would be the first step. And then once we get that from the board and staff, then we would, the easiest way that we've found to communicate back to you is to show you a bunch of options and get your feedback. That's just, it's easier than making a big program. When you can see adjacencies and see how things are laying out and how it actually works, it's a much easier way for us to have conversations and figure out what you want this to be in the end.
You mentioned program, actually, I'll jump in another question. In terms of size, do you see that size? We saw what we listed in our RFQ. Is that going to be something that's going to hinder the library, or is that reasonable for this?
We bumped it a little bit just to make, it was just, I think you were in 45 or 4,300, is that right? In addition?
Right now, it's spread about 33,000 square feet, but it could be somewhere 35 to
40. Yes, I'm sorry. I mean, for total. I was talking about adding. We looked at the base of the building, and I think breaking mid-bay, you actually would structurally would be harder. So we just grabbed the next bay
for that scheme.
For that scheme to take a look at it. The building is really rational the way it's laid out, and I think if we started looking at how to take advantage of the space, it wouldn't cost that much more to gain a little bit more space. We went a little larger on it, just because of efficiency. I mean, but based on the cost of Aspen and the size of the addition and the cost of renovation at Carroll Stream, we felt pretty comfortable in the 10 to 11 or 9, 10, 11 million dollar range.
And then as we were laying things out, I think it would just come down to if things could have dual use. We would just look at how things are working out with different square footages. It's all.
And talking is ridiculously.
Well, we hit the timing nail on the head there, so I'll turn it actually over back in time for you guys to say why you close it out.
Okay. Go ahead first.
We think that we're different than other firms because of our size and because of the attention that you get from the two of us. We are serious when we say it will be the two of us. This is who you will be working with. We actually still draw. We're not the only ones who draw at all, but we still do draw, and we will be at every board meeting that you want us to be at. This is extremely important to us. We love working on libraries, and I just, with our size and working with two partners who've been in the industry for a long time, I think that you get special attention and expertise that you're not going to find elsewhere.
I hope you can see how excited we are about the project. We got really excited and probably did too much work, but it really started, you could start to see the difference in the potential in the building. And I think that's very exciting for both of us. It was really fun making these images. And then I think it's not to be overlooked that all the studies that we've done over the last 5 years, Brookfield, Indian Trails, Lincolnwood before that, that's a little bit out of that window, Aspen, we did the study in the beginning, we set a budget, and we delivered the project, we built the project on time and on budget. I know that's sort of a thing that you'll hear a lot, but we build 99% of our work. The only work that we haven't built are things that the client just decided not to do. We really pride ourselves on that we design to your budget and make sure that what we're showing you are things that you can afford and make sure the project moves ahead. The last thing you want to do is spend 6 months of your time in the public's interest designing something then that has no reality in terms of what you guys can accomplish. So we really pay attention to that and make sure that as we're at the end of the road, we're all informed and you can move forward with the project.
All right. With that being said, obviously the board has some evaluations to do. If you wouldn't mind sending us a link, so sometimes emails probably don't transfer through with the presentation.
Yep.
If you could, just the board can reference back to it, that'd be great.
Yep.
You can send it to both myself and Tatiana, that'd be great.
Okay.
But the board will go through some deliberations and evaluations, and we'll get back to you guys shortly. But thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
No, thank you very much. We really appreciate your time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So,
Sorry if I rushed there a little bit.
I think the 5 minutes, just the
5 minutes. We're still live, but it'll be 5 minutes before we reconvene, but
Yeah.
we're still live.
Can you make me back just the junction?
Yes.
Are you reminding me specifically, Tom?
No, everybody.
All right, here, get a shot of my sleeping baby for the camera. Here we go.
Thank you.
A little bit.
What was the next one?
Okay. Just have to make sure people talk out.
I can turn the heat.
I think that's adjusted it.
So I was glad I saw the Indian Prairie after that.
There you go.
So that's why I'm like, good, because I knew there's multiple Indians, like Indian Trail, Indian Prairie. Indian Prairie is there, Indian Trails or something. So when I just saw this Indian Trails, I'm like, did I go to the wrong, did I go to Indian Prairie for no reason? But I saw it on their list. Though.
Yeah.
And so it was on their list.
Yes.
I just couldn't find it. So I was good. I didn't go. But unfortunately, it was for what they're doing now. So.
I think that one's here, so I'm just gonna double check. We'll still have some conversation, but like just the first.
Do we have 3?
I don't believe we will. I think we have one person coming in virtually. Probably 2 here, folks. I'm not sure that yet.
Michael Barnes.
This is the one with Anders Dahlgren.
Yeah.
Is not able to get-
So I would assume it's probably not best to talk, because I know Mark didn't like that, because it was before, so maybe not talk about what we just heard. It's probably best.
Want to do it after the next one?
Probably, just for like talk for today, or
Just, yeah, just to talk for high level, general, just kind of talk.
I just wait.
Yeah, just so that if there are any questions.
So like general, yeah, maybe we could talk about right now.
Right.
Okay, but not specific.
Yeah, just so that way it's not forgotten between today and tomorrow.
Gotcha.
It's on top of mind for somebody.
So I mean, because Mark did bring up a good point, it sounded like I was maybe trying to, which was a.
You know, you guys are breaking up. I can't hear you at all.
Break.
Yeah, we're on break, so I was just telling
Okay.
Mark, as far as the conversation, like how we did after the last one, maybe limited to just a very general commentary, so there's no, so like, nobody feels like anybody's trying to influence anybody.
We'll discuss it after the next interview.
Okay.
No, it's not recorded. And this is not
The board looks. I can see better things.
What temperature are we at tonight? Well, 69. You can't go higher, no?
No, I'm punching it up and it just doesn't go.
Is everyone back?
Jenny?
Oh, yeah.
And maybe for the next one, since there'll be interruptions about us closing, it's something, 9 o'clock, maybe giving an extra 60 seconds at some point. I mean,
I'm here. Was I mentioned? Was that?
We're just making sure everybody's here.
Yeah, I'm just
We're waiting for the.
multitasking. Are our 5 minutes up? I wasn't really looking.
I know we'll hold discussion until the next, until after this, but I guess any general questions or anything like that at this point, or?
We're gonna do kind of a wrap up after the last interview is the point. We started talking about that during the break, just so there's a general wrap up at the end of this series of interviews. And then tomorrow we'll do the same, but it'll be a much broader wrap up.
The next one doesn't actually start until 8:55. So we wanted to allow for 15 minutes or so of discussion if it needed to, or,
I mean, if they're out there early, or, I mean, if they're.
yeah, we'll see. Well, the only problem is they do have one person calling in.
Okay, that's fine.
So that would be, let's see it. I don't know if they have 1 or 2 here. I know
Oh, you
one
want
is
to log
calling
that
in.
one in, Chris? Presenter number 3 and then type presenter number 3 in, just in case.
There won't be 3 here.
Oh, right, you're right. You're correct. I'm sorry. It is. We've got some time. Be quick. Yeah.
So I told them to come, they're both here. They're They're coming in a moment. We could go, there's a thing called, wondering if they will call up, just to get them up. That's one thing that we could have up there. Wonderful little technology it is.
Make a phone call. That's trying to raise the temperature.
It was a little warmer, but I just get used to it.
Feel what?
I feel a little bit warmer than the first, but.
Every week.
Gotta get a green, match the cloth. Hello.
Hey.
Good. So feel free to come in. So we'll get you set up over here. People are taking a break right now, but.
Yeah, we're on a little 5-minute break.
So what we're gonna do is have you two on these two computers present there, presenter 1, presenter 2. And then when others calls in, they'll obviously be on there as well. You have PowerPoint or anything like that you work through? Or PDF? Yeah, okay, perfect. So either one, what Diana will do is once you guys are ready, she can make you a presenter and get us through that. So sorry, yeah, you haven't met Dr. Weinstein actually.
Me, you?
Besides the phone call.
Online.
Yeah. Graham Plummer from CCS. I think you might have worked with Graham way back.
Oh, yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, Trustee Larson's here and President Hummel.
Hi.
is also
Nice to
here.
meet you. We've got some people running around.
Yeah.
They'll be back in a moment.
Yeah. We got a few minutes to get settled here. We need those computers on. Okay. And then, it's only about 15 minutes from now that we're planning on starting. We seem to be running a bit early, which is good. If Anders is ready, early, wants to call in, I don't know if you want to text him or whatever else, we can start at 8:50 or so or something like that if you want it. Save yourselves 5 minutes in the back afternoon.
If you need help, let us know. Chris can help you set up.
So it's just a trackpad or is there a mouse?
Chris, can you help?
It doesn't really matter.
It can go either way. It's fine.
We've got mine, if you'd like.
I don't need more than one.
Nah, actually, it'll just clutter up the space.
Okay.
That's it, yeah.
Sorry?
I've been thinking, we might have met sometime in the past, so LLD or something.
Maybe.
Maybe, because.
I've been to many.
Because we're on LinkedIn. Somehow. that happened.
So you all know, we do obviously 2 board members here, and then the rest of the board members are up on the screen. That's only people on the screen right now. It is an open meeting, so anything that's even open right now, everything's recorded and all that stuff. So we're following all the rules, regulations. PDF will load up for you, okay? All right, good.
Somebody dining.
Yeah.
Yes, we have one person dialing.
I'm assuming we might be waiting for about 8 minutes or so unless, I don't know if you have an intent that anyone wants to call in, it's free to do.
Nothing. Emailed about whether we're strict.
Yep, it's gonna be more, yeah.
Logging in after the site time, so that's probably what he's going to do.
No, that's fine. That was 8:50, so.
Real close.
Yeah, thanks for following that.
shame we have to keep the mask. You won't be able to quite tell if I'm making a joke.
The smiles don't quite come
I'm
through.
gonna, I'll provide a tip that's the microphone in the center there, so try to project as loudly as possible, because the ones, people online have a harder time hearing you. It feels better, Beth. Thank you. We're waiting for someone to call in.
That's what they're interested to see.
Oh, great. Perfect. I guess I can give my brief 10 seconds just now anyway. So basically what we're going to do is I'll let you get the presentation, follow the agenda. We'll give it a hard stop an hour in. I'll give you a 5-minute warning if you'd like. We're about 40 minutes in. That way you can kind of get a sense of when you wrap up the presentation. So we'd like to reserve that 14 minutes-ish for general questions and board questions. And then we'll turn it back to you guys for the YU. Simple and straightforward here. So we'll wait a little bit though.
Presenter one. You can share.
All right. Technology works. So even if we're early, it's a good thing.
Please do.
The library will close in 15 minutes. If you wish to apply for or to renew a library card, please do so now.
Setting up.
Great.
Much better, Beth.
Yeah,
It's not the fun time with COVID. We're not sure who can be here. Can't be able to understand all that stuff. It's a challenge for everyone, even the board. We've got Anders.
Yeah. There he is. Could you test your microphone, please?
There we go.
All right, we can hear you. Great.
I was muted there. Thank you for letting me dial in like this.
Of course.
No problem. No problem. So,
You want to start
ready?
the agenda?
Are we ready to roll?
Ready to go?
Next item on the agenda is Michael C. Barnes' interview and presentation. So Mark Rogers.
Sure. So I gave my quick 10-second spiel, but basically on this, so you know, we're going to follow the agenda. We do have a hard stop hour in or an hour in. All the time we're going, I'll give about a 5-minute warning at the about 40-minute mark, just so you guys know when we're at the presentation. But with that, I'll turn it over to you guys and you roll.
All right, thank you, and good evening. It's good to be here with you. I am Michael Barnes, and excuse me, with me are online is Anders Dahlgren, Library Planning Associates, and Mario Peronis, Core Design Group, MEP Engineers. We're hoping that you're not tired of hearing architects talk yet tonight, so you're going to hear a little bit more. However, hopefully by the end of this hour, you'll see that the option you have of hiring me and my team is a little different. It's unique compared to the other firms. At least I think. I don't know the other firms for sure that you're talking to, but I think our approach is unique in a few different ways. So, click the button that said "and." I was hoping I didn't put all the way through there. We've set up our presentation basically following the agenda that you laid out for us. so that will follow all these items. I will note that where you put questions and answers at the end for designated time, I'm fine with this being more of a conversation than just a presentation. So if you have any questions or comments along the way, feel free to speak up, let us know. But the first thing that you wanted us to talk about was the firm and the team. So firm would refer to myself right now. And I have been an architect for over 30 years. Worked on a wide variety of kinds of projects, but over the past 20 plus years, I've had a niche specialty in designing libraries. Over those 30 years, up until a couple of years ago, my work was always with a major firm out of Chicago. Originally Lisle Associates, and they've changed names a few times. Some years ago, we merged into a white company. Then a couple of years ago, I branched out on my own for a few reasons. It afforded me some personal freedom, but I was also seeing that as I rose in seniority over the years working on projects, I wasn't spending as much time actually designing projects as I would like to, doing a lot more marketing and management of other team members, and I really enjoy the process of design, and in particular libraries. They're unique kind of project, puzzle always to be solved. And so I started my own practice a couple of years ago, and I worked on my own with a unique kind of business model. What I'm trying to do is offer clients the option of having somebody with a lot of experience being able to dedicate the bulk of his time rather than hiring a firm that has a senior person that then hands a lot of the work down to junior staff. And this also affords me the opportunity to put together teams customized based on any particular project's needs. And your project is a perfect example. Get into why I think this model, this approach that I have, structuring teams, will work well with you. I'll get more into the actual work of the projects in a bit. But speaking of the overall team, on the screen right now is an organization chart of the team that would be in place to take the project all the way through, from concept design through schematic design, design development, construction documents, construction administration. Since you are only engaging right now a firm for conceptual design, I put together a team of myself, library planning associate, Anders, who's online with us, and Solar Design Group, some engineers. What this lets us do is work with you directly and efficiently without the extra staff that would be on board from the beginning if you were hiring a larger firm. As well as you don't need all the various other engineers that are outside of that bubble. So just briefly, I'll have Anders and Mario talk about their backgrounds and their firms. Anders?
Very good. I'm Anders Dahlgren, and I'm a consulting librarian. My role on the team is to ensure that we keep our focus on the services the library seeks to offer. Ultimately, any library building project is about the services the building needs to house. I bring to the table nearly 50 years of experience working in and with libraries, and 40 years of experience specifically focused on planning library services and facilities. As we go through the design process, exploring different strategies, design options, I'll help the library staff and the board to understand the service ramifications that might accrue to each option. That's it in a nutshell.
Good evening. Thanks again for inviting us. I'm Mario Barones. I'm an engineer and project manager at Floor Design. We're a Chicago-based architectural engineering design firm that provides consultant engineering services for mechanical, plumbing, and electrical engineering. The company was founded in 1983 by Robert Houston, and since then we've successfully provided consulting services for over 1 million square feet of interior space. Our scale of work ranges anywhere from 5,000 square foot interior remodel, new addition, to 120,000 square foot multi-unit residential building. Services range from pre-design services such as facility MEP planning through design and construction administration. We've provided consulting services for at least 25 to 30 local libraries, some on an ongoing basis based on evolution of the library or the library needs.
Okay, so those are the team members that are put together for right now for concept design. And with this business model that I have, the important thing to talk about is how once your project does move forward, there are other firms out there that I have worked with in the past or who are interested in working with me, where I would team with them, and they would be the architect of record. They would have the staff that produces all the construction documents, et cetera. And they would be either sub-consulted or contracted under me or me, them, or I've done it also separately. This is a model of work that I've used in the past, a few different clients, and I think it would serve this project well. One firm in particular that I've already talked to, and we would not select this architect of record until I was engaged and we talked about what the project needs are necessarily. But there's a large firm with an office in Chicago and elsewhere around the country called Gensler. They're interested in working with me on this. And they have an office in Chicago.
5 minutes, the library will be closed and the computers shut down. Please be sure to check out all materials before leaving the building.
We won't be kicked out. Don't worry.
Yeah, in their office in Chicago, they have a large staff available to work on this. In their office in Minneapolis, the woman in the photo on the middle there, works out in Minneapolis, and she has as much, if not more, library design experience as I have, primarily as an interior designer. So that would be a role for her. The other two gentlemen shown there are David Rose and Brian Watson at the Chicago office. Interestingly, I learned just a couple of days ago, David Rose grew up here in Lisle, used to live across the street from the library. And I guess his mom is a columnist on the Daily Herald, writes about Lisle. Joan Rose, anyway, that's beside the point, but I mentioned it anyway. But they are a very known, capable firm that I think would be well suited to work on this, but I would be open to talking about other. Talking about library experience is going to be primarily me just quickly going through some of the work that I've done in the past. I don't think I'd be here tonight if you didn't think I was qualified, but I still want to make sure that the rest of you see everything, or a lot of the things that I've done in the past. This is a list of library projects that I've had a hand in over the years, from 1996 through now. I've highlighted, I don't know if you can see it on the screen, it's very faint, but there's half a dozen projects on here where I've worked on those projects with either Anders Dahlgren as a planning consultant or Color Design. And I'll get into which ones in a bit here. The first project to touch on is one that's ongoing right now, the Orland Park Public Library. We're about maybe 2 to 3 weeks away from completing some renovations here. About $3.5 million worth. And the plans there on the page show how the renovations being done are scattered throughout the building. And it was done in 3 phases, so I'm very familiar with the work if it has to be phased, which I know is something that might be a possibility here. Interestingly, I was also the designer of this building to begin with when it opened in 2004. So it was a thrill to be hired back to renovate it. And interestingly, Anders Dahlgren wrote the original building that I designed to on this project. A few years ago, 2016, similar situation. I was the original designer of the library that opened in Des Plaines in 2000. I did a little bit of remodeling in the lobby in 2009 to add self-check stations and holds to replace big desks that they had there in the lobby. But then in 2016, they did almost $2.5 million worth of interior renovations, again, scattered throughout the 4 floors of that building. And on that project, again, originally, Anders Dahlgren wrote the original building program on that. And in 2016, Mario's firm was the MEP engineer on the renovation. For several years, I worked with the St. Charles Public Library to study master plans on expanding that building and redeveloping additional site property that they acquired, which I know is something that is a possibility here. Ultimately, the economic downturn that hit 2008, 2009 stopped that process, and they did a little under $1 million worth of interior renovations, primarily finishing.
Library is now closed. All staff, be sure to turn off your departmental radio. Good night.
Another project that went pretty far, we actually got all the way through construction documents, but then the city of Evanston, where I designed about $9 million of interior renovations for their library. The city of Evanston put that project on hold. It's still on hold right now because they prioritized a new rec center. Unfortunately, the library lost out for the rec center. But this was a wide-ranging set of renovations as well. I won't get into all the detail, but the 4 plans on the bottom right are the original plans, and 4 plans on the top right are the renovations that were going to happen, and they were scattered all over the place, which you can imagine would be the case for $9 million. This is not a library project, but I included this here because it's a renovation and it's a project that Calor Design Group worked on with me. I designed the dining pavilion, excuse me, that's at Ravinia Festival, Highland Park. It originally opened in 2007. And a couple of years ago, we began a phased renovation and improvements to the building there. That started with some repurposing of the dining spaces and the addition of a large outdoor deck. And that project, again, was in the ballpark of $9 million. So including it for relevance as renovation and budget. In the early 2000s up to about 2005 to 2013, the firm I was with, I was the design architect for the Public Building Commission of Chicago, which is responsible for building schools, libraries, fire stations, park buildings throughout the city. And I was the design architect asked to renovate or revamp the prototypes they were using to establish new branches scattered around the city of Chicago. And there are now maybe half a dozen new-ish branches scattered around the city, ranging from 8,000 to 18,000 square feet that I was responsible for. And then another library that Anders wrote the original program for, and was one of my first large library projects, was the one in Elmhurst Public Library. And I neglected to say Mark and Graham, CCS, Owner Services Group, we're the owner's reps on the Splains, Elmhurst, and Wallen Park. So I have familiarity with working with you, with your firm, your process, the process division, team, Ian Gavin, Ken Hudson was, if you remember him, he was the owner's rep. So, enough about me, enough of our background. The bulk of the time, I know you wanted us to talk about your project, and so that's part of the agenda.
He's gonna ask you to keep your voice level high. Thank you.
It's hard with the mask on.
Yeah, I know.
My voice drying out.
Well, you just want everybody to hear you. Thank you.
Take a quick drink.
Sure.
There you go.
Breathing out the dust. So I wanted to say that we have taken time and gotten familiar with a lot of the impressive work that you've all been doing over the last few years, ranging from having your committee, strategic committee, planning the improvements that you're looking for, engaging FQC to do the assessments, hiring CCS to work with you on estimating various options along the way, looking into getting familiar with the idea of universal design, prioritizing, or looking at least starting to look at the prioritization of the improvements that you want to get into, and initiating this process to find an architect for the concept now. But there's more to be done, and so this is why when I got the RFQ for this, I thought it would be important to engage somebody like Anders, a professional library planning consultant who's been in the library business for years, because most of the library architects, including myself, that you might entertain hiring, could begin the process with you. But I think there's a lot more in-depth study and assessment of the actual needs and weighing the offsets of, well, Anders, why don't you talk about it?
Well, yeah, I think what strikes me as I'm looking at this slide is the image that's right center at the bottom, which I believe was part of an exercise to identify priorities that you want to accomplish in this remodeling, this re-envisioning. It frankly looks, very similar to the kind of process that I would use to walk a board and a staff through the same kind of questions, and it illustrates for me, and I think for the rest of our team, I think the quality of the planning that you've undertaken to date. I think we have a really solid foundation. Anytime you bring new players to the table, we're going to bring some new ideas to the discussion as well, and we look forward to working with you through those discussions.
We'll get into a little bit more of the balancing of needs versus opportunities. So taking into account all the work that you've done in the past and bringing our perspective on libraries, I think the objectives in a very general sense are summarized on this page, where obviously whatever we do is going to have behind it the purpose of achieving your mission, your role in the community, fulfilling the role as a community center and an egalitarian third place. What I mean there, especially egalitarian, is to not design for average, to not design for Goldilocks, but to design for the extremes. Some people call it left-handed design. Whether you're thinking about old versus young, capable versus handicapped, somebody who is looking to study versus somebody who needs help research. The project wants to be a place for everybody to come to, not just be good at serving the average user. So designing for the extremes. Obviously, the building needs to be updated, make it more usable, and serving the purpose that it's evolving into being, update the technology and the building systems. So Mario's firm will be on board to help evaluate the feasibility of the concept that we're working on. We want to build.
Yeah, I think as Rebecca was saying, the facilities condition assessment provides a good guidance on what systems need to be targeted, which ones are going to be a priority based on the existing condition, available parts, and so forth. So from a conceptual standpoint, I think we can start exploring at a very simple level replacement of those systems, or augmenting or completely redoing some of those systems to supplement the design and current conditions.
Again, talking about things in general terms, building in flexibility and versatility, building and the furnishings want to be flexible, but also we have to plan for versatility so that whatever changes we introduce can accommodate whatever comes next that we can't yet anticipate. So the versatility will be important. Increase the efficiency of the space for the staff. There's built-in inefficiencies right now with circulation desks, for instance. Staff work areas being separated and maybe not the most efficient manner, and making the building more efficient for the users as well. We know that improving and updating the building design is important. And then the last one, establish identity, variety within order. It's a personal aesthetic approach of mine, where the aesthetic and the feel of the library wants to have some consistency, but I think various collections or departments or areas benefit from having their own unique identity and feel, so that the users that are partaking of that space feel like they're a part of it, they belong there, the space is dedicated to what they're there for, and it's not an aesthetic look, it's just throughout the same throughout the whole book. So again, we're talking in generalities here, just about design approach toward library design. The planning that we'll undertake should improve the usability, the flexibility, and the identity, like I was talking about. So that could be changes made to the furnishings, whether it's booths like in the top left image, or a gaming area, or top right image is a space that we added to the Displays library recently. It's a new computer lab, but it's designed with flexibility in mind, so that there isn't a program happening there, it's used by anybody who wants to come in and sit down at one of the flexible tables. The glass surrounding space has a frosted finish, so that projectors in there can project a mirrored image, and the library programs can be broadcast to anybody passing outside that space. So it affords usability in different ways, and it's a flexible space. The bottom two images are, bottom right is a rendering of the smallest children's area at the Orland Park Library. and the one in the bottom middle is the new teen space. Those are there to, again, suggest this idea that different spaces within the building can have somewhat unique identity while still fitting in the overall aesthetic of the building. And then the bottom left is just an example of a way to introduce new study spaces without building. The aesthetic of those in particular is not something that's crazy about, but it's the idea there. And then again, general technology, new kinds of technology can be a part of the project to afford increased efficiency and flexibility and usability. Anders, why don't you talk about a couple of these?
Yeah, I mean, we included this image in the upper left of the Amazon Go store retail environment, this cashierless retail environment that Amazon is experimenting with, mostly as a reminder for me to tell you a little bit about a holiday that I had a couple summers ago. My wife and I were in Norway and Sweden visiting family, and we spent a day in Oslo with a librarian friend of ours who took us to during the day took us to a couple new branches at Oslo Public. And at one of those branches, they were beta testing a next generation RFID circulation system that allows the user to check things out simply by walking out the front door. You don't have to stop at a station. You don't have to engage with the staff. And I've been pondering that ever since, and watching the Amazon Go experiment with great interest, because as that technology comes into the library, it gives us an opportunity to recreate the user's experience of the entry and the exit. We need to think about how we reposition the opportunity for users to engage with staff, because that's a critical element in the user's experience of the library. But more recently, it's gotten me thinking that maybe users will in fact prefer to have that kind of option for checking things out, because you're not even going to, in a post-pandemic world, you're not even going to have to poke at a grubby touch screen in order to affect the charging process. Yeah, I mean, there are a lot of new developments like that are coming down the pike, and we want to be able to incorporate those as best we can where it's appropriate in the context of your project.
A couple of other items that we talked about in preparation for the interview was systems like the raised electrical floor, where obviously as the building evolves and partitions change and program needs change, things that are normally fixed, you would think a receptacle on the floor is not in the right place. Having a raised floor system would obviously allow you to relocate that receptacle with minimal intrusion to the building systems. Things like lighting control, daylight responsive controls. I know most energy codes make those standard now, but there's additional elements and features that could be included easily that would allow the operators of the building to better use space. For example, program lights to a certain zone, and as the building partitions change, reprogram those same lights without necessarily rewiring. And so those are things that we would look at including in the project.
And then, of course, the automated sorting machine there. That's one. That's a photo of the one that was introduced in 2009. Displaying that was part of the project that I worked on there, and I know it's something we'll be considering that could tie into any of these other, or some of these other technologies that we're talking about. The one that Anders was talking about regarding the opportunity to leave a library, like leaving an Amazon Go store, I think could be something to look further into in this project because of the possibility of adding a new entrance. And when you have more than one entrance on one library, that becomes an issue. So maybe there's a chance to look at something like that for this project. And then beyond the technology systems and the general planning, there will be the furnishings, and they too can afford new kinds of flexibility and accommodations that current furnishings that you have might not afford. Whether that means furniture that's on casters or that plug in different places or that separate people who are near by each other. Currently, that's an issue with the pandemic, but it's also a way of creating a defined space, territory for somebody to do some work. There are more and more furniture items available now for plug-in opportunities because more library patrons are bringing in their own computer as opposed to using the ones that the library offers. So obviously, that can help increase the opportunity to use a computer in different places than where it's specifically designated. It will depend on where the power is available. However, this is something that Andrew and I have also been talking about. There are furniture items up there, or others could be retrofitted, customized to include battery packs, for instance, so that if a table is not near where you can have a plug, you could have it be charged overnight or every few nights and have enough power so that it can go anywhere and the patron can plug into it. So this was just a few slides of general images, thoughts that might contribute to what we do with a particular project. However, also wanted to talk specifically about the observations that we have of your building as it is now. And you wanted us to talk about external issues, exterior issues, and interior issues. And so starting with the exterior, and I'm not going to be saying anything that you don't already know, but your building is very long and linear with the entrance on one end with a split level arrangement that introduces some challenges that you more or less landlocked, surrounded by the parking. The entrance being on one end is not visible from either of the main streets that surround the library, and it creates some confusion. I know when I first arrived a month ago to come visit, that bottom left image, I thought there's got to be an entrance here somewhere. But ultimately, I found it. So looking at that in terms of plan, just summarizing some of these observations and things that you've already been looking at. We just look at the building from up above and start to minimize the material to a basic diagram, sort of the way an architect would think about it. Is you've got the massive building and you've got the paved surfaces around it. Really shows how it's pretty surrounded. You know that there are these adjacent properties that afford some opportunity, but the way it is now, the issues that are presented, like I said, the entrance is on one narrow end. With no entry visible, whether you're on Front Street or Kingston. Banana Street, Kingston.
Yeah, Kingston.
That side, the south side of the building in particular, given that most, unless they've accidentally parked in the staff lot on the north, that's where all your patrons are parking, and they're seeing basically the back end of the building, really has that kind of feel. I know a drive-up window is something that you're talking about too. And I guess you have some issues with the dedicated fire lane.
You have to raise your voice a little bit.
And I know you've got some issues with the dedicated drop-off, or the fire lane that's used for drop-off patrons. So that's also an issue. But then we want to look at the interior. And I've got some plans that highlight some of the observations there too. The images here are from my visit a month ago, and one of the main things that they speak of to me is that the interior right now has fairly uniform aesthetic from one area to the next, and that thought that I was expressing before about identity and variety within order, I think is something that could be implemented here to improve the space. It's got the same kind of lighting in different areas, the same kind of end panels on the shelves, and furniture in general, from one area to the next. There's a lot of similarity, and I think could benefit from some difference here and there. So if we start with that site plan and get to the floor plan, what I've done here is just with some heavy dashed lines indicate as a diagram kind of the way an architect thinks about a building, and that's in terms of zones of space. And if I add some color to those bubbled areas, it helps to get our minds around quantity-wise in terms of how much area you've got of different types. So in this plan, green, your colors are shown well on your screen. Green is movement space, like the lobby or the stairs. Orange is group activity space, like this meeting room or group study rooms. The light purple is staff space. The blue is the adult collection. The yellow is the children's, and slightly beige are just the service spaces like mechanical rooms and washrooms. So you start applying notes about the observations to these areas. Again, these are things that you're already aware of, but we agree that there are some issues introduced into the plan of the building based on its split level, the entrance being on the one end. The circulation desks having to be on both floors, the lobby being unstaffed except now because of COVID. Maybe not aesthetically being as welcoming or as civic brand as a library lobby might want to be. And of course, the split level right now does not have washrooms for children's upstairs. Other just programmatic issues that there are right now, things that you're looking to do is possibly add the RFID, increased space for AV collection, more group study rooms, maybe increase the size of the children's program room. There isn't currently a dedicated teen space or maker lab or craft space. Staff space is somewhat inefficient and disconnected. The building systems need some updating.
Yeah, in reviewing the condition assessment report, it appears that there are 4 air handling units that are recommended to be replaced. A couple of those appear to be single zone systems, which don't necessarily lend themselves for temperature control if the space is divided or split up. So that's what we're looking at. So there's a multi-zone system and then a type of possibly LLD system that would also be replaced. And we would be looking at providing equipment that not necessarily meets the current needs of the library, but also lends itself to the future.
So when we put all that together, the diagram illustrating again a lot of the observations that we have and agree with you need some improvement. We don't want to risk going too far since we haven't had the opportunity to meet with you and really assess the needs. But I did want to take an opportunity to share some preliminary thoughts that need to be tested against when we talk with you about what the needs are. This is a diagram of the building as it is now with all the detail taken out. And this is a plan of a what if there was a way to manage multiple entrances. Perhaps we could introduce one on the north end as well as the south end of upstairs that accesses the children's level, as well as maybe a new teen space, craft media labs, add some restrooms up there. It's again, jumping the gun ahead of us having talked with you about the priorities, getting Anders and all the staff involved in some brainstorming to really identify what the needs are. But it was a thought that I wanted to share.
But yeah, Michael, if I may just for a moment, as we're talking about some of these possibilities, some of these options, I think it's important that we all remember to not be, I'll say overly doctrinaire in pursuing solutions. And what I mean by that is I think back to one of the last times I taught my library buildings class at Dominican University. One of the students in the class late in the semester said, I can boil this whole class down to Dahlgren's 2 laws, which piqued my interest. But she said, yeah, law number 1, thou shalt have but one public entry to your library. And I said to myself, that's a pretty doggone good first law. She went on to say, law number 2 is if you cut a hole in the floor, you better have a pretty good reason. And that's a pretty good law too. But, I'm thinking of law number 1, thou shalt have but one public entry to your library. And here, Michael, you're showing, multiple entries to the building. And it occurs to me that that's something that becomes, so we can work with that more effectively the more the circulation activity migrates into a self-service activity. So I mean, it just it's good to have rules of thumb, but you have to know when to question the rules of thumb too.
So on that note, I'll let you guys know we're running about a few minutes. If you want to finish up through the presentation in a few minutes, to get the Q&A, about 15 minutes left. Perfect.
And so what Andrew was talking about segues perfectly into the project schedule, and just to highlight that after some initial just information gathering, there would be an intense period of some weeks where we want to have brainstorm sessions with staff, you, Tatiana, and any board members to really brainstorm and hash out what the needs are. Weigh the pros and cons and balance whether collections are reduced to gain additional services and spaces, or what are the priorities? Get into detail to determine how many stacks, how many computers, all that kind of detail. Only after that would we get into the period of design, checking with CCS on costs, presenting ideas along the way to then be developed in new iterations before we ultimately come up with an answer. And in terms of design services, you had this on the agenda, but we already talked about how with my business model and approach, we would just be me doing architectural design with Andrew's expert input, collaboratively with the staff and everybody, and with Lisle weighing in on the feasibility of those concepts for mechanical systems. And then later, once you decide to pursue the project and go forward, bring on the rest.
There you go. All right, good way to wrap up there. I'll jump into the question and answer. I'll leave a little bit of time for the board and director to answer or ask some questions as well. Off the bat, what is your current workload, and how much time do you have to devote to this project versus other projects that you're working on?
Right. Well, that's one of, I think, the benefits of going with my team. I mentioned the Orland Park Library that's underway right now. However, that's wrapping up. In addition to that, I have some past colleagues that I do a little bit of additional site work with, but I have a big opening right now, and I would love to take this project on and I have the opportunity to give the bulk of my time to this. And that is, in essence, the idea behind my approach, is that I can give a project like this my full attention, whereas if I was still with a big firm, I would dabble in it a little bit, and junior people would be the ones doing this work. In this case, I would be on it.
Okay. You spoke to the team and the composition for concept, understanding that for some of the items such as AV or looking at furnishings and how do you get through that? Or how would you interact with potential sub-consultants for that concept phase?
Well, I mentioned Gensler, for instance, or White and Company, the firm that I was with before, they are the AOR and the interior designer for furniture on the Orland Park Library. I get involved in the interior design and doing furnishings, but I do rely on others to, it's a specialty that they'll have connections with the dealers, et cetera. Sarah at Gensler, for instance, will be the one doing all that for another past colleague at White Company, if they were the AOR, whoever. Other consultants could be brought on, AV, for instance, you mentioned, or the need for acoustical consulting. They could be brought on either as a sub to myself or to the AOR.
Okay. Do you assist in identifying and pursuing grants as part of the concept phase?
Do I assist?
Yeah, in pursuing or identifying. Yes.
I have in the past, yes.
Yeah. Okay.
Not where I am the primary contact with the grantor, but I'll assist along.
Okay. Can you speak a little bit about how, and I know you mentioned the AOR, but it's just a general question. I want to make sure we understand. If we're going through you and coordinating through you, even if it's with an AOR, how do you work through the construction spec and making sure that that's appropriate and done well? All the T's are crossed, I's are dotted. And same thing for the FF&E spec. Is that really on them, or are you the point of contact you'd be working through?
Well,
Before you answer that, can you please talk about AOR and FF&E?
So when I say AOR, I mean architect of record. I don't know if you want to go back to one slide before. It was on the, so everyone's aware, on the right side of the slide here, this is architect of record. That's what I'm referring to, is that entity, the designer that would be, I'll call it TBD, to be determined. I'm using all these acronyms. And FF&E is fixtures, furnishings, and equipment. That's the furniture, some of the equipment pieces and things like that. So, but that being said, the design team will need to coordinate that spec and that information for bid. So walk us through how you approach it with your design business model.
I reserve the right with whoever is brought on as either the AOR or the interior designer to review the documents that they put together and have input on the design, but it's their documentation that ultimately gets produced. So they have the contractual responsibility.
Right. Okay. For a moment, I'll turn it over to President Holmes to see if you have some questions.
I don't have any myself. Does any of the trustees have a question? Just raise your hand. Fine. Okay. Director Weinstein, question?
I am good, thank you.
Turn to Jared. Look at you.
If you want, I can go to
Yeah, go ahead.
a couple of them. So, you guys looked at the site, looked at the building. We walked through kind of some of the list of things you looked at. What stands out to you as the prime thing that you want to or need to address right off the bat with the concept study in terms of working with the board, and the prime thing that you need to study first?
It's that process that I brought Anders on, is to really determine what the needs are. Because before we go through that process, any other thing that I think might need to be addressed is just my opinion. It's as an outsider, not somebody who has worked with the building, is familiar with the building. Anders, do you want to talk about this a little bit?
Well, yeah, I think the thing that the issue that I think is most intriguing to me is just has to do with the entry sequence, and I'm looking forward to the opportunity to explore with Michael and Mario some other options for how you can come into the building. The entry, as Michael has pointed out, on the far end of a very elongated space tends to create an inefficient circulation pattern through the space. If we are able to reposition the entry, I wonder what other options that might open up for us. But I say that as a librarian and not as a designer. But it just I think is an intriguing opportunity.
Well, yeah, and that's where I was going to go next. I didn't want to put that out there as the first thing because, like I said, the process really wants to flow through the discussion first before we start introducing ideas. But the diagram that I wanted to share with you tonight does address that point. But I think in one way or another, at some point or another, needs to be addressed. The entrance sequence, that where the entrance is now and the issues that it presents, or has presented over the years, is something that I'm sure want to and need to tackle through this process.
Let's play my last question. You spoke of process. Walk us through any community engagement type or how they get involved in concept design.
I've worked on projects where that is done in various ways. In the material that we've looked at, I haven't seen any material pertaining to community surveys, vacant surveys. That is something that, for instance, we did with Orland Park. Sometimes there are just community meetings where we invite the public to for observations or react to initial ideas that we have. Another thing we did with Orland Park was, and other projects, we will prepare some boards of ideas and put them, for instance, in a lobby and invite the public to vote by taking a little sticker and putting them by the ideas that they like. Sort of somebody may call it dot democracy. That can be risky though, because those patrons looking at things like that who might not know everything that goes behind various ideas. So that feedback shouldn't dictate what decisions are made, but it can be taken into consideration. But if there are ever times for public presentations or municipal presentations of any kind, I've done lots of those.
Okay. Any other questions from the board or anyone else?
Any trustees with any questions?
All right. So we'll turn it back over to you and kind of summarize why you.
Well, I really think the unique option of hiring our team focused on applying our years of experience and expertise to assess the needs first and then develop conceptual design is the option that I've described. The reason why I have Anders on the team. And your project is just the kind for which I established my business. Library design, I can afford, I can give my full commitment, work efficiently, give the bulk of my time to this project. I'm familiar with it, I've worked with CCS many times. And our team is unique by having Anders on board to confirm the needs assessment, which I think is a very important first step. So your project and our approach and experience, I think, go very well.
Thank you.
We appreciate your time.
Thank you for the opportunity to come in.
So on behalf of the board and CCS and everyone else involved, thank you for coming and taking the time to do this.
Appreciate that.
Excellent.
Thank you as well.
Thank you. Thank you all.
All right, so I'll have some deliberations. If you wouldn't mind, just for board reference, if it's possible, send us a link. I know obviously the presentation might be too large to send, or if it's a PDF, send it. Yeah, that'd be great. And just so that we can give it to the board for reference if they want. Sure. That'd be great. But it's too big. Yeah, I thought it might be. All right, we'll get back to everyone hopefully soon. Okay.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
For the board members, I believe we'll give it a couple minutes to give them time to leave the room, and we'll regroup in 5 or less minutes.
Beth, would you let them know? Because we're close.
Oh, don't lock the door. So I can understand the.
This is somebody out there.
Yes.
The public.
A long night of this. You want this? Or
I'll take it, yeah. Give you the social
I
distance.
second that, Marjorie.
Heard that before, Marge.
Yeah, Marjorie, your mic's on, so we all heard you sigh. Or groan, I'm not sure what it was.
Long night, huh?
Thank you.
Thank you.
See, congratulations on your own business. Thank you. Take care.
Just a reminder, we're all still on.
Yeah.
Chris is making me the presenter.
Need something? Oh, yeah, you need that for sure.
Tatiana?
Just a minute,
I
just
do
one
not
moment.
recommend giving presentations through.
Tatiana?
Yeah, just one moment.
What do you need, Marge? Is it okay?
Just wanted to wait until they left. Okay, yes. Yeah.
Is there any way we could get, I had a very difficult time hearing Mark's questions and the presenter's answers. So, and that's very important that I hear the answers to the questions.
Well, yes, and so I want to say this, for any board members who are having trouble hearing anything, I would really recommend raising your hand so that I can prompt people in the room to speak up. I've been trying to do that when I think there's an issue. But if you have any problem, I don't think you have a problem hearing me. I know some people can project a little better than others, but I will prompt whoever needs prompting, so let me know.
Marge, was it just for the last one or all of them?
All of them.
And also, I just, well, we can talk offline about your setup there too.
Okay.
So, Mark, did you want to?
And you good to go?
Is everybody here?
I think everybody's free.
Okay.
So obviously, the way we typically do this is we allow the board to have some discussion here. It is an open meeting, it's for discussion, and really we want to make sure you guys find the right fit for you. You're probably already seeing some differences in these their approaches, what they're bringing to these interviews, and even some of their maybe excitement or energy levels in terms of what they're bringing to the project. And every board might be seeing things a little bit differently, but we do want you guys to discuss it and really try to talk to each other and see what you're feeling and what you think is valuable to work for you. So if there's any general thoughts on that today, or questions or whatever else that you need or want to get off your mind now before you sleep on it or everything else, that's fine to do that. If not, then we will have a discussion more focused on your scoring and everything else tomorrow. So with that being said, I'll turn over to President Hummel and see if there's any questions.
So like, do you want to have kind of go through each one, or
Sure,
just general, or
yeah.
do we want to?
You do a general.
Yeah, we're still recording.
We are, so I guess it's a question, because we don't want to also influence, right? We're not ready to influence, because I know Marge, after the first presenter, we started to talk, and it had been some concern if that was trying to influence or not, so I don't, let me know how that goes.
Typically what we see is it is open for discussion, and your viewpoints, that's why you're on these boards,
Sure.
Get your viewpoints out there in an open meeting, let them be heard. Now, with that being said, you're being recorded here and everything else. Tomorrow when you're going through scoring, you might have more push with those viewpoints and things like that, but I would put those out there. If you have a concern, or if you have something you liked, I would talk about that, because you do want the other board members who might not have heard the same thing you heard, you want to have that opportunity to talk about it. You don't want to go in a little closet and make this decision on your own. You want to have some discussion and real sense of feel what you're looking at.
Well, the only thing I'll say is, I think he's out there anymore, but the third one obviously is different. Maybe not even just with the energy level in the presentation, but maybe you want to explain this more. I know he talked about it as he's only going to do he's only capable, well, I don't know this word, capable of just doing the design phase, but then if we were to retain him for the project, he would have to bring in.
Yeah, the simple way of putting it,
that's the only, no, the other two, correct me if I'm wrong, they are capable of doing things to bullet. Not to say we couldn't change course,
right,
for some reason if we weren't satisfied with the architect as a design phase. So I mean, I don't want to disqualify this last candidate just on that, because technically, in theory, that's all we are hiring for right now, correct, is design phase, and then but with the more than likely that they would continue throughout the whole project unless for some reason we're just totally unsatisfied.
Yeah, you hit the nail on the head there. That is the thought. The last presenter interviewee, the simple way to put it is they don't have the horsepower to take this press all the way through. And looking at that as something to think about, because then there's another learning curve potentially there. But it's pros and cons of it. I'll let you weigh those out. But yes, that is.
Now, it sounds like he has worked with your firm before, but not as a sole proprietor or as with the previous companies.
I can talk about that.
Sure.
He has not worked as a company on his own with our company.
Okay.
He's always worked for, it was Lohan Anderson. So he was basically a project manager as opposed to the main designer. He looked at a lot of cases about it was construction administration work on site rather than the complete design. So he's now branched out on his own, and he's done Ravinia, but we have never worked with him as an individual.
So you've worked with him with other companies. companies.
Yeah,
so-
with other companies where he's had other guys around
Yeah.
him and support, and it's different.
Yeah, but he does have the right experience, though. I mean, if a trustee
Yes.
wanted to prefer him, I don't want to, I'm not, just to get it all. So that's the only difference between him and the first two as far as.
I'd say looking.
But he does have the experience, so I don't want to.
As it was said before, and all the firms that are before you are qualified.
True.
You're looking for the most qualified for your project.
It seems to me like, yes, he has experience, but he doesn't.
Can't hear.
Yeah, speak up.
It seems to me like he has the experience, sorry, but he doesn't have the experience of doing projects, big projects on his own I mean, he's been attached to different things, but not on his
Not on his
own.
own. Yeah.
And how long has he been on his
2
own?
years.
Just started.
2 years.
So it's still.
I mean, this would be far and away probably the biggest project that he would look at on his own.
Did he do something when he worked for somebody else for a while? I kind of thought I heard that.
He might have, I think was he the one with Morgan Arboretum? Because Romney had some type of.
Little video.
Yeah.
He had mentioned that he works with, he would work with another architectural firm who has a connection to Lisle.
Oh, that's right.
He's doing it.
Yeah, that was Gensler that he mentioned as an option to consider for an architect of record.
And it seems like he leads that
Right.
direction
Have
very
you worked with
regularly.
that firm before?
He's working back on Orland Park.
Okay.
Yeah, so initially, the company he was with, he was the on-site architect doing Orland Park. And now he's gone back and he's done a $3 million renovation in 3 phases at Orland Park. So even then, he used the company he used to work for, White, to do work there. So, and that's, I mean, he was quite open. So,
And then that Gensler, you guys have worked with them before, they're fine.
I don't believe we've done a live, we have not.
Oh, you have?
No, Gensler.
Gensler, no.
We've worked with them on the cost side of things. Gensler is, they're one of the largest architecture firms out there, and they have offices all over the world.
Okay.
And they're headquartered out of Chicago, as far as I know, but it's a very, very large firm.
But they're right. You see that?
It's very okay.
Is there anything else? Does any other trustees have any questions or comments? Just great, please. Yeah.
I do.
I got a whole bunch. Let's go with Treasurer Norton first.
I defer to Liz because she spoke.
Okay. I guess with the trustee Sullivan then.
I really liked product, what do they call? Product architecture. Number one, I did visit Carroll Stream, and the theme there was bringing the outside in. And in the notes that Marjorie and I submitted, there will be notes in that package that talks about some of the things they did. There will also be pictures. What I liked about their bringing the outside in is I think we have a lot of things that we could do at our library to bring the outside in, to make the views more attractive than they are today. And I think that group did more than I've seen the other 2 groups do in terms of showing us what they could do with our property and with our buildings. They seem to really do more work. They also said that they're willing to come to board meetings whenever we want them to. And I think that that would be an advantage to have them come when we need them to. I like the fact that the renovation that they did was 35,000 square feet. They came in on time and on budget, and when they did a $35,000 square foot renovation, they did it for, 5.4 million. And I know we can't talk to them about money, but I'm assuming we can talk to ourselves about money. So that seemed, and that's without any addition. So that all of those three put together, or four items put together, made them my favorite for tonight.
Can I answer that a little bit, Liz?
Sure.
Any architect that you employ here should be coming to board meetings regardless. There's no question. That's a given. So every one of these 6, part of their brief and their scope of work will be coming to board meetings and reporting. So that is something I would expect all of them to do.
Okay, good.
So that's not, they say it and they will be here, but I would expect every one of them to be here to do that. So,
good.
So there was a couple of questions. I think that product didn't quite get the correct understanding and the answers that we were looking for. So I was a little concerned that they misread the question a little bit. But you've been to see their work, you've seen what they do. So you've got a good idea.
Let me get there to so actually I have a question because I know 2 of the last one and the first one.
I'm not hearing you, Tom. I'm sorry.
So the first client, the first vendor and the last one, both mentioned that we needed to fix the air handlers, which obviously we've already fixed.
Right.
So I guess the question, just to refresh my memory, I know it's on, was there any of the information they received, all the vendors, were they given any documentation that we already addressed those issues? Or
So,
because I mean, at first I'm like, we should know that, but then I'm like, well, did they only get the FQ?
They didn't get it handed to them. So it has been in your board meeting packets.
Sure.
Beth Supplement provided that information.
Okay,
in
so there
board
was
meeting
some
packets.
documentation.
But, there, in everyone's defense on that one, there's, a stack of documents, they're getting through it. I don't know that I'd knock them on.
Correct.
That they thought that might have
Well,
to be done.
yeah, I don't want to penalize it too much. That's why I have to add it.
But also, and some of the information is very clearly stated on our LLD capital projects page where we have conducted community engagement and have had surveys. So that's out there.
Yeah.
Right. And actually the one did say that you've done a lot of the community.
Correct.
Some did, and then one did not.
Yeah.
So I guess, Graham, I'd be interested to hear from you. And maybe I just missed this. What did product
Jenny got it.
architect?
Jenny looks very excited.
Sorry. Go ahead, Jenny.
Oh, sorry. Oh, you're on mute, Jenny, or Trey, you're on mute. You're on mute. You're on mute.
I'm glad you guys got my, okay. Yeah, what I was gonna say is, before I deferred to Liz, I was going to remark on at least one of the 2 that I know Graham is thinking of in terms of a miss. The other one I'm guessing is that the phasing question, because they seem to stumble. They're like, we're not sure what you mean by phasing, so we're gonna answer it 2 ways. Was that the other one, the phasing one? But the bigger one is, and this is the thing, I wanna ask Graham and Mark the question this way. Since the scoring is pulling together things, including site visits and the interviews and things beforehand, is there an opportunity to send a question to those that have already been interviewed tonight? Like, we're still expecting information to be sent from them to us, right? The stuff from, their presentation materials. Is there still an opportunity to ask them a question? Because I regret that I missed that that product didn't have any discussion on schedule. That's the big thing that they missed. and they got 0 points from you guys in the initial. And so I see that that's the huge thing. I'm like, why, if I had realized that that was missing during this interview, I would have asked that question when the board was given the opportunity to ask the question, but I didn't see it until after they left the room. And then I was looking at scoring, and then I was looking through their packet and seeing it wasn't there, and we didn't talk about it.
Yeah.
So I am culpable of missing that. And I wish I had the opportunity to ask that question.
So I did take a note on that. Actually, they did say in the interview that they said, the way they phrased it, I believe, was our schedule was agreeable. And what they meant by that was they looked at our backup data that was in board packets, but that you are accurate. And that's why I don't know that we really need to go back at them and ask that question, because they did say that, they verbalized it here, and with the hearing it might have been hard. But it is part of it, in that, it was directly asked in an RFQ, and as you saw in the RFQ responses, it wasn't answered.
It's just kind of out of character, because the way they went through the interview process, they kind of tried to go line by line with the things that we asked for. So it was kind of weird that was missed. I don't even want to call it missed. It just seemed like it was omitted.
And I think they might have actually been planning to spend more time on it, but they were running through to hold the time at the end. And I thought I briefly saw when we have their presentation, the link. I believe they down clicked right over it real quick.
So it was in the presentation, they just skipped it in the interest of.
Yes, exactly. And it wasn't in their board, it wasn't in their qualifications that were initially submitted.
Steve Bartel, or Vice President Bartelli, did you have I saw you waved your hand a while ago too.
Well, I agree regarding product architecture, simply because I visited their site. But to add to what Trustee Sullivan said, they did do quite a bit regarding community engagement. I was impressed with their efforts, and considering the beginning of the meeting, I think that's going to be extremely important. So that would be one comment on that. That's it.
Any of the other trustees, comments, questions?
Thomas raising.
Oh, I'm sorry, Trustee Duffy.
I mean, I'm struggling with this discussion. I apologize, because I don't know if I can compare these three, because there's three more I need to compare them to. And I will say that part of this process is following the directions they are given. And if they don't provide the response, part of a reflection of their work product, right? So if they can't provide a proper RFP response, are we going to be dealing with issues where they forget other things down the road? This is a multi-million-dollar project. If you can't put it together the right way, it does speak for it. I think the scoring that we had initially properly reflected what these three entities were, and or these three groups, and how their portfolio or experience lines up with it. I'm very intrigued to see what the other three tomorrow look like, because I have a feeling some separation may occur, and gauging by what other stuff those other groups have done.
Time will tell.
But just out of curiosity. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I don't know, is anybody else, or Graham, are you done? Or
I think,
let Graham finish, yeah.
I think tonight has given you a very good basis for how you're scoring and how the process works. And that's going to be factored into tomorrow. With some firms that are very experienced in libraries, and we're probably ranked the top 3. So it's giving you that ability to see kind of what you like, what should be there, and it's giving you a better opportunity to judge what you're going to see tomorrow. So I think this has been a good experience. You've seen differences in approaches, differences in companies and the way they approach the presentation. And I'm sure you'll see some more differences tomorrow. But this has given you a very good basis to complete your scoring overall.
The question is, what is the scoring going to be?
So tomorrow, what we do to keep it fair and transparent to everybody is we sit down and we get your scores at the end of it. But I will literally share my screen as we're doing it. After a prolonged discussion, and I'm not going to ask you what your scores are up front. After a prolonged discussion of the firms, we can go board member by board member for you. I'd like to do that, but I'll just say, what is your total score for firm A? And you just give me that number and I'll put it in and you'll see it go on the screen so you can fact check it and put in the right number in. And then, we'll go through each firm from each trustee, and then we'll have that sheet automatically set up to sum the total. And the highest sum firm would be the top ranked firm. What we would do at that point is go back one more time through and just say, unless there's an objection, this is what the ranking is being right. You go from there as long as there's a general feeling towards, yeah, we did this in a fair and transparent, open manner.
So do we have to select the top ranked, or I mean, if we all like just the way it, let's just say like 5 trustees like one, and then two like another one, but in the process, they really maybe didn't like the other one, so.
Well, and
I guess it's
part of the process, and you need to have an objective way to do this at the end of the day, and really getting, this process allows all the board members to have an equal weighting for scoring. Some are going to like a firm in position 1 versus position 3 or 4, or whatever it is. And it's just, it averages out. This gives you something that's defendable, that if anything's ever asked or questioned, whatever else, you have a defendable process you stuck by. You all voted it, equal, and it's done properly.
And the one question I get is Director Weiss, the one guy that was the Anders guy.
Yeah.
Did you ever have him as a professor?
No.
Oh, okay. So that was, I didn't know. I was just getting experience with him.
No.
Trustee Sullivan.
I have a couple of questions. It got me confused when I saw, Mark, that you ranked.
I hate I wouldn't say where everything is, because we didn't necessarily, TCS doesn't score these firms. We really sit down with staff and go through all that.
And I don't know if we want
And
to lay that out here yet until the end of the process.
That letter is a summary that you guys got of the short list firms of sitting down and going through that with staff.
I can't hear you.
So we're going to withhold that question until tomorrow night.
And Elizabeth, there's a question on a topic of, as you saw something that you thought might have been.
Email me.
Yeah, hire Laura, let's email and go from there. We'd like to get it clarified for you, let's put it that way.
So can I ask a
general question?
So
Okay.
I'm going to go to Trustee Duffy. I think he wants to jump in. Trustee Duffy.
If Trustee Sullivan was finishing her thought, that's fine. I didn't mean to interrupt.
It's a very general question. It just seems bizarre to me that you guys would rank them on a different set of scoring categories than you would have us rank them.
Okay, so I thought, I apologize, I jumped the gun. I just wanted to make sure we didn't have any talk of scores. I apologize there, Trustee. So the reason why we do this is in the initial ranking, we rank it off solely that piece of paper packet that we get from them. And we don't have the opportunity to talk to them and check all that information. So now that you have the opportunity to talk, check references, all the other parts and pieces, really our first role in what you saw in the shortlist piece is to say, are they qualified in general?
Did they answer the questions on the RFP? Those types of things.
And then, okay, so now they're qualified. We got through that round. What is going to determine what's most qualified? And at that point, you really want to see, and that's why you'll see in the agenda for the interview is really focused on their approach to your project, that does change how things score. You know, when we're going in and get the qualifications up front, we're not looking at your project specifically. We're saying, here are our qualifications for architecture in a library setting. Now we're taking it a step further and going, okay, now we'll get Lisle Library District. Are you most qualified to do this particular project with this board? Does that make sense? Trustee Sullivan?
No, because, okay, I know I'm black and white and too logical, but I mean, your score does change when you do some qualification check ranking. So you have 2 scores per vendor, and you just said that that you score based on a document, but actually you score and you include a conference call. So like, maybe we should wait, it's late, but I'm like thinking you're scoring 2 different ways and it's not making sense to me. And then we have us scoring on a 3rd way. So maybe I just don't understand the process and all that other stuff.
Well, here, I can simplify that just briefly. So if you're looking at the letter, page 404 is it says up top, prior to qualification. And that's out of the 200. That's what we did with staff.
Wait a minute. 404 says initial ranking prior to qualification check.
Right.
Okay.
So we went through that.
And we have these questions like what legal means somewhere.
Yeah, so that was all part of the RFQ that you guys approved. RFQ has that follows that breakdown. So then the only thing that changed to page 204 was if there was any, you know, the scoring 250, it's just adding some points in there for the qualification check to make sure that we waited, they put in more effort and gave them more information. And we also made sure that the original numbers, if there's anything that needed to be verified. Does that make sense to everybody?
No. So when you did a qualification check conference call and you lowered everybody's score by certain number of points.
But we didn't lower everybody's. There was some minor tweaks to it. Not change at all.
Okay, but I guess what I'm wondering is, so you get on the phone and they give you more references. I mean, that's a qualification check, or is that not talking about their references? It's talking about something else? I don't understand.
Are we talking about like the beginning 5 or the middle 3?
We're talking about, I believe, all the 6 that we did the qualification checks on. So that was, you're seeing all 6. Basically, what we're doing is calling them, we walk through their qualifications. If there's any gaps in anything, be it schedule or whatever else, we start talking about that.
And at the end of the day, I mean, this is our decision.
Yes.
So
You're seeing all 6.
So as we come into today and tomorrow, the top 6 are the top 6. I mean, they're not really ranked per se. I mean, they're all coming in equally. That's,
You are ranking them now.
You're ranking, it goes away. That's a moot point.
So what you guys did goes away is what you're saying?
Yes.
Pretty much, yes.
Oh, okay. I didn't understand that.
Oh, okay. I simple answer there.
So, and then just really quick before I think it was mentioned earlier in the comments that there's pictures from Carroll Stream Library. You emailed everybody, I think earlier.
That's already been emailed.
Okay, yes, everybody's got that email. Trustee Duffy.
So, Mark, well, I'm going to regurgitate what you said on the objective scoring. And then I have a question for the whole board on this. So basically, we're all scoring individually. You're going to get on a computer right in front of us, and we're going to give you our totals for each one. And then we add up, we do a little arithmetic, and we figure out which one is the top one to do. My question is, because I know I always harp on this, and I apologize up front, which is the process by which we do it. is that, as a board, are we then going to say, if we choose to go forward with the project and all that, that our top scored one, even if maybe it's not my preferred one, that's the one we're going to go with because we followed the objective process? Or then are we going to still have more discussion as to which one we're going to go with, even if it's by 1 or 2 points? Because it could be that. I just want to understand what the process is and how we're going to use the objective scoring. Or are we going to allow that to be the determining factor on the selection of the company? I guess I got lost for words at the end. I apologize.
Fine, it's late.
Basically, you'll get to the end of it, and then we'll want to see that everybody's together on the decision, or however you want to vote on it, and make sure. There's another way of doing it. You could actually do the list of the order 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and rather than points, you could put the placement in and do it that way too. In which case, the team finishing one the most or the lowest total would win that way. You're not doing it on points. So that there's a different way of doing it there too. But basically, when you get to the end of it, we need to make sure that the board is comfortable with that decision. And that's what we're looking for. So, and if you're not, then we need to reconsider and look at something else. But typically, I've usually found that there is a strong consensus of opinion, and usually it is fairly clear who wins, but not every time, but usually.
Do you usually see like a big point spread between like the first, your top choice versus your second or your third?
It's usually
like maybe like 10, 20 points or something like that.
See, the other part is that somebody may score generously,
Right.
and somebody else may score
not so generously.
Not so generously.
Yeah.
Right.
You know, so you know that team who wins with the people who score generously more points than if the person put the other team that was, you know, not so generous in scoring. You know, there's a bigger difference. So
I don't think we're going to see something. I'm just going to throw out a number.
So I mean, you can do it another way. You could say, okay, just give me the order of which the company's finished it, and that takes out of anybody's differential in scoring. So you can do it that way too.
And you're not going to see like, say for instance, company 1 got 500 points and company 2 got 499. Not gonna
We haven't seen that where it's that close tied.
Yeah.
So, you know, at the end of the day, it's about the library getting the architect that they're most comfortable with, that feels they are the most suitable for this project. That includes a whole variety of issues, including chemistry. Did I like them? Can I work with them? Do we think that they understand us? Do they listen to us? You've got all of those factors in there when you're looking at the final answer, and just, you know, it's a double check.
Right, and I'm sure people have opinions about, you know, the presenters. I mean, I have things that I like about, you know, several of them, and things that I didn't like about them.
Yeah.
So, it's just the way it goes.
Right.
And I just want to mention that when Mark first discussed the scoring and how it will happen on Wednesday, he did mention we will have conversation before we have any final numbers.
Yes.
So there'll be an opportunity to discuss both evenings candidates tomorrow night as well at length, as long as you need.
Yeah.
Yep.
Will we be able to see like the presentations? For instance, if I wanted to check on something, did they present this or not? Will we be able to see the presentations before the final? Scoring is done. And I don't, what I mean is the link to the presentations.
Right, I think what we can do there, we'll have the links for this one, today's. For tomorrow's, we'll ask them just to leave it here, the PDF or PowerPoint. They have to load it onto the computer. So we'll have it on standby and we can share that if we need to on the spot. In other words. So that way we're all seeing the same stuff. If you have a question.
Bill, question.
Vice President Bartelli.
Mark, why couldn't we get the links to tomorrow night's presentations now? They're prepared, I'm sure.
Well, we don't know, and some firms could be tweaking things up until the hour. We don't know, because that's part of it, doing it this way. So what we do is we'll have those links. We'll make sure we have all 6 presentations on standby there and ready to go. But I would think some of those presenters come in with their PowerPoint, walking through and tweaking it.
I was surprised there's no paper problems today.
Right, usually they do bring handouts.
It might be because we're remote.
COVID. Yeah. It's a new COVID rule right now.
Yeah. All right, anything else? Oh, Vice President Bartelli again.
What do you mean again?
Oh, I'm sorry. I was about to wrap it up.
Did those present at the library receive the presentations in hard copy?
No, we didn't.
No one.
We didn't get it.
Thank you.
Is there any other trustee going to speak? Questions? We good? All right, Mark, do you have anything else?
Covered it.
Director Weinstein?
No, I was happy to hear that Trustee Duffy was looking forward to tomorrow, because I know this is a long night, so I hope you are all looking forward to tomorrow. I am, and I'm confident you'll choose the right person for us.
Okay. With that being said, can I get a motion to adjourn, please?
I move to adjourn the meeting.
Trustee Sullivan in a second. Trustee Larson. Any discussion? Not, roll call, please.
Liz Sullivan,
Yes.
Aaron Larson,
Yes.
Thomas Duffy,
Aye.
Jenny Norton,
Aye.
Emily Swissack,
Aye.
Marjorie Bartelli,
Aye.
Thomas Hummel.
All right, and we are adjourned at 10:25. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you.